I cut off my thoughts. Brooding wouldn't help. It wasn't optimism that made me keep moving, just necessity. Amorphs are built for combat and endurance, but not at the hatchling stage. Right now I'm nothing but a fragile thing with potential. If I don't find food within an hour, I'll die. I push my body forward before my energy bled out. I'm inside a massive metal structure. I know what it is. A spaceship, an alloy leviathan adrift in the void. Looks like something out of Megacorp or Star Union, I muttered inwardly. Either way, not friendly. Around me, towered stacks of containers 3 times a person's height, with plastic crates crammed in between. My chin-mounted auxiliary apparatus twitched, feeding streams of data directly into my head. A strange, fascinating sensation. What had once been a mini-map in a game was now a real, full-body sense. Smells came as sounds as shapes. Everything within range arrived at once, one overwhelming flood of perception. I could even feel the vibration of the fusion engine through my claws. My auxiliary apparatus sorted the faint traces of oxygen, carbon, and other elements and flagged something edible nearby. Food first. Always food. The scent of nutrition steadied me. My 3 pairs of legs clattered over the cold metal floor, claws squeaking on the grated plates as I moved toward it. The plastic boxes were in reach. I scaled one with my claws and found a locked lid at the top. My auxiliary apparatus twitched again, pulling the smeared fingerprints straight into my mind. 1,234? Really? Even in the space age, security's a joke. I jabbed the code with my front legs. The lock clicked. Inside were vacuum-sealed calorie bars. I ripped one open with a claw and bit down. Rubber eraser texture, but pure nutrition. Energy seeped back to the tip of my tail. I was about to take another bite when my senses flared. My tail lashed out like an arrow and skewered something. A cockroach. It struggled, but my fangs sank deep, crushing the exoskeleton and spraying juices. Plump and juicy, clearly thriving in this ship. As I swallowed, a message flashed in my mind. Predation effect activated. Acquired wings genetic essence from cockroach. Apply trait? Lucky. Genetic essences are everything to an amorph. Each one shapes the path of your evolution. Wings. In space, wings sound pointless, but in my reality, gliding predator over metal terrain, they're an edge. I accepted. Something writhed on my back. Smooth, elastic chitin spread out into wings. Application of wings complete. I tested them. Moving wings wasn't like moving legs. I focused on the dorsal muscles, somewhere near where my old lats would be, and the wings slowly flapped. Energy burned faster than I expected. I stopped and tore off more of the calorie bar. To use them properly, I'll need more. Wings were a start, but I needed other traits too. Robust vitality, for instance, less energy drain, longer life. Essential for survival. That became my first goal. I chewed the calorie bar and thought about Jonah, swallowed by the whale. Protected, trapped, surviving in the dark belly before being spat out. I was no prophet, but the image fit. A hatchling inside a steel whale adrift in space, hunting cockroaches. Stuck to a wall, I waited. When one scurried beneath me, my tail hooked it up like a fisherman hauling a net. My fangs pierced its head, grinding the shell into pulp. Nutritionally, the bar was better. Taste-wise, the cockroach won. It reminded me of silkworm pupae, street snacks from my human days. This was my 20th. Still no new essence. I summoned the status window out of habit. Race. Unidentified aggressive space morph. Status. Hatchling. Objective. Survive. Special traits. Super sense. Wings. Chitinous exoskeleton. Wings were beginner's luck. Since then, 19 cockroaches, 1 essence. The exoskeleton trait was good for later, but right now I needed something more urgent. Robust vitality. Energy conservation. In a game, it delayed aging. In reality, it meant life over starvation. Without it, this cargo bay would become my tomb. They'd come for me soon. Humans, the ship's owners. They'd notice their missing cargo. Capture. Dissection. Death. No. I had to evolve past hatchling before that happened. Expand my hunting grounds. Cockroaches avoided their dead. I'd wasted 30 minutes waiting in a kill zone before learning that. Time to move. I pressed my 8 legs to the wall, coiled, and launched upward. Elastic body rebounding, wings unfurling, dorsal muscles tight, I fluttered into the air, a desert spider with wings. Even as I flew, my senses probed for prey. At this point, I'm truly an amorph, I thought dryly. 2 cockroaches ahead, one on a wall, one on a box. I went for the closer one, snatched it like an eagle grabbing a fish, crushed it before it wriggled free, and eyed the second. It saw me and bolted for a crevice under a box. If it slipped through, the hunt was lost. Not today. I slammed off the wall, pain ripping through my body but focus locked on the target. My tail shot forward, stinger sliding into the crevice. The cockroach, moments from safety, split in 2. Got you. I processed the first in my mouth, then devoured the one on my tail. A new message lit up. Predation effect activated. Acquired robust vitality genetic essence from cockroach. Apply trait? Of course. Vitality surged through me. My legs thickened, my chitin gleamed. Now it begins. This cargo hold is vast, but it's still just the whale's belly. Time to break out. Where should I go next? I already know. The cooling room by the reactor. Even in the space age, humans still cool their engines the old-fashioned way. Right next to the ship's heart, the fusion core, is a cooling room. A critical facility, heavily secured but rarely visited. The perfect blind spot. The darker it is under the lamp, the safer it is for me. As long as I don't tamper with the room itself, I can grow there unnoticed. And if things go wrong, the cooling room makes an ideal last stand. Damage it and the reactor with it, and the ship's heart stops. Auxiliary engines might buy the crew a little time, but not much. Without its heart, the ship suffocates. No life support. No escape. Kill or be killed in dwindling oxygen. Of course, that would be my last resort. A dead ship leaves me nowhere to run. All right, move. I ate 2 more calorie bars, feeling the burn of energy spread, then sprang up to the ceiling. Tiny suckers between my claws anchored me as I moved. Like insect back on Earth, I had pulvilli, sticky pads that secreted an adhesive substance. Smooth walls were no obstacle. Ahead was an air duct entrance. From the outside, it looked like an oversized ventilation fan, iron bars bolted across it. Inside, a huge blade spun with a harsh metallic roar. Breaking through the bars is impossible. In this hatchling state, my claws couldn't scratch alloy this dense. Even if I tried, it would trigger the ship's AI and bring humans down on me. Interference equals tracking. Tracking equals death. This had to be done cleanly. I raised my claws and twisted screws. If they'd welded it shut, I'd be trapped, but these people used 1234 as a password. Security was a joke. The first barrier fell easily. The blade inside was another story. I had 2 options: time my entry or break the blade. Breaking it was out of the question. Even a bent fan would be flagged as an error, and then the AI would summon humans. I have to go through as I am. I waited. My auxiliary system gathered data, airflow, energy pulses at the blade junction, microvibrations. My eyes tracked every movement, searching for the weakness. Iron oxide in the air, worn down joints. At certain moments, the blade slowed, just a fraction. My instinct screamed, "Jump now." I leapt. The blade hissed past, a machine god's sword missing me by a hair. If I'd still been human, I'd have shouted for joy. All that escaped my mouth was a dry hiss. The ventilation duct was a maze, but my senses guided me. The ship's vanes rattled with the noise of my claws and the hum of fans. I devoured spiders and beetles as I crawled, fresh snacks to keep my energy up. The heat faded gradually. I was closing in on the cooling room. The auxiliary system threw a warning ahead. Something important. I slowed. Light wavelengths. Movement. 10 minutes later, I reached an iron grate in the duct and peered down. Below, people in white coats moved between incubators and test tubes. A laboratory? I'd thought this was a cargo ship. Food, weapons, everything pointed to supply. But this was a lab. That changed everything. Hey, how's experiment 026? Another failure. TSK. The officer's going to blow up again. After they left, I unscrewed the grate and slipped down silently. Megacorp types. In the game, Megacorp was a villain faction, corporate slavers. In reality, their stench was the same. Blood in the air, chemicals, pheromones of pain. Test tubes with living brains. Incubators humming over embryos. The auxiliary system highlighted the fridge with genetic samples. But to evolve beyond hatchling, I needed more than samples. I needed to consume a living sentient being. Kill a person. Kill a person. Easy in a game. In reality, hesitation means death. My fragile body would only get one chance. Until then, I had to stay invisible. I opened my senses wider. Depending on the ship's research, my path could change forever. Combat mutants? Hulk-like super soldiers? Perfect for a robust body. Psychic cultists? Maybe powers. I prefer the cultists. But reality doesn't hand out psychic powers to hatchlings. Then something strange cut through the data flood. A pulse of communication. Help. Not human. Something else. I followed it to a chamber labeled 026. Inside floated a pink, bubble-like organism. A bubble amoeba. Harmless NPC creatures in the game. More like pets than threats. This one was sending distress signals. Pain. Help. Its trait, oxygen storage, was useless to me. But it was begging. I scanned the setup. A hose at the bottom, measuring instruments, and a faint electric current pulsing through a sensor on its body. That was the pain source. I climbed to the terminal. Biorhythms and experiment data scrolled across the screen. The researchers had left without shutting it off. I pressed the stop button. The current cut off. The bubble amoeba pulsed weakly, then blinked, sending another wave. Thanks, Doc. Don't thank me, I thought. If you'd been useful, I would have eaten you. You're just harmless. Survive if you can. I left the lab. 30 minutes later, the temperature dropped. Frost clung to the walls. I had reached the cooling chamber. All right, time to build a nest. I scraped water from the walls and swallowed it, then spat it out. It was no longer water. Inside me, it had changed, becoming a corrosive mucus poisonous to anything but an amorph. It also amplified my senses. I coated the corridor above the cooling chamber and settled into the center of my sticky, toxic nest. Cozy like a womb. I can feel it now. The ship is part of me. What wins wars? Information. They don't know me, but I know them, their movements, their talk, their locations, all flowing to me through the liquid coating the corridor. The war has already begun, and they're already losing. In the dark of my nest, I smiled.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
For days after becoming an amorph, there had been significant changes. Firstly, my nest was complete. The once sterile corridors had blossomed with unholy vitality. The mucus I had expelled had solidified, some of it forming spores. From the holes in these spores, mucus periodically flowed, slowly expanding the nest. Now I can monitor the entire ship. I received real-time updates from the 200-meter elliptical research vessel. I couldn't monitor creatures as small as insects, but for humans, I could sense most of their activities. And secondly, as I moved back and forth between the cargo hold and the nest, I succeeded in acquiring a new ability by consuming roaches and spiders. Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: hatchling. Objective: survive. Special traits: super sense, wings, chitinous exoskeleton, robust vitality, paralyzing stinger. The paralyzing stinger was a new ability I gained from spiders. Although it became less useful later on in the game as we encountered creatures made of energy or metallic entities, it was quite effective in the early stages. It's a perfect ability for me, who needs to hunt the strong with a weak body. I concentrated my consciousness on my tail, and a drop of yellow liquid fell from its end. With this, I could easily subdue a single adult human. It only lasted for about 5 minutes, but that was enough time to kill someone without any trouble. I expressed my gratitude to the spider, not only for providing me with sustenance, but also for this valuable gift. Then, I contemplated my next steps. Most of the ship's crew currently on board consisted of 222 people. Among them, 96 were soldiers and officers responsible for ship defense, while 21 were high-ranking personnel in the command section. The rest were civilians, including researchers, technicians, and cooks. The problem is who to target, I pondered. Initially, I considered targeting the captain to disrupt the chain of command. However, upon further consideration, that didn't seem like a great idea. There were officers who could step in for the captain, making it challenging to inflict significant damage. The most important person who's irreplaceable on this ship. There were only two individuals who met both criteria: the chief medical officer and the chief research officer. Of these, I prioritized the chief research officer. The reason was simple. She's crucial to my survival. After observing the lab for several days, I came to a conclusion. The chief research officer's name was Kaisaragi Yujin. When I killed someone earlier, she was the only person who could create a tracking device immediately. 2 days ago, one of the subjects escaped, but she managed to create a tracking device within 2 hours, successfully capturing the escapee. That creature almost got me because of her. If it had used the ventilation shafts, I would have been in danger. But thanks to its fleeing elsewhere, I could overcome the crisis safely. Since the incident with the escaped subject, Kaisaragi Yujin has moved up on my list of potential threats. And she has an oddly good sense for a human, I noted. Once she nearly caught me by staring at the ventilation shaft I was in. Afterward, I had to relocate frequently whenever she appeared to sense my presence. I wonder if she has psychic powers. Psychic powers, a concept similar to commonly known telekinesis, telepathy, mind control, and other psychic abilities. Having psychic powers allowed for an endless array of abilities, from simple telekinesis that could move objects without touching them to performing feats like distorting light to render the ship invisible, akin to magic. Even during the game, psychic powers were a game changer. When aiming to obtain psychic powers, cults were often targeted. Cult species possessed psychic powers as an innate genetic trait, making it easier to target their genetic essence. Occasionally, rare individuals among humans also exhibited latent psychic power potential. Whether Kaisaragi Yujin fell into this rare category was uncertain, but from the perspective of a hunter, clever and sensitive prey posed a significant challenge. Even if she doesn't know my true identity, she'll surely create some tracking device to chase me down, I speculated. If I'm going to use hit-and-run tactics, I need to avoid being tracked as much as possible. As an amorph evolved into a fluid state, I would become immensely more powerful than hatchlings. However, I couldn't engage the ship's soldiers in direct combat until I had secured enough genetic essence. Until then, guerrilla warfare would be the strategy. Therefore, Kaisaragi Yujin needed to be eliminated, not only for my evolution, but also to ensure my survival. Now, how should I hunt her down? Scratching my head with my front legs, I pondered. Given that she was a civilian and a female, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill her in a one-on-one situation. Except for one major obstacle. The bodyguards. Wherever she went, armed guards followed. Even when she slept in her bedroom at night, security personnel took shifts, constantly guarding her. She might be physically weak, but the presence of many protectors around her posed a significant challenge in targeting Kaisaragi Yujin. Merely thinking about it won't solve the problem, I realized. It seemed I would have to keep monitoring her and seize any opportunities that arose. As I continued to watch for openings, hunger gnawed at me. Leaving the comfortable nest behind, I made my way to the mundane cargo hold. I checked the corridor ventilation grill for any signs of people before opening the wire mesh and hopping down. Landing silently on the floor, I climbed up to the terminal next to the door. I can't keep avoiding the ventilation shaft forever. I'm not a cat, and I don't have 9 lives. Risking my life every time I needed to eat wasn't a sustainable strategy. Unlike other key facilities, the cargo hold had no security system for monitoring visitors. Using my enhanced senses from the nest, I confirmed that, aside from the designated personnel, there were no other individuals entering the cargo hold. The designated personnel only visited for routine inspections once a day, so, as long as I avoided that time, I could enter and exit without being detected. Open. As I entered the numbers into the terminal, a sturdy metal door hissed and swung open, revealing a dimly lit cargo hold. I headed straight for the familiar plastic containers. The sudden intrusion of a predator stirred the residents of the cargo hold. The scent of corrosion, the pheromones released by the approaching threat, and the sound of tiny insects skittering on the alloy floor to warn of the predator's presence all mixed together. Enjoying stimuli from the hidden world that only I could sense, I climbed onto the boxes. Just as I usually did, I retrieved 2 calorie bars from the box. I consumed one on the spot, tearing open the wrapper of the other with my front legs and holding it in readiness. Shall we go? I stored the remaining wrappers neatly in the box and left the cargo hold, retracing my steps through the corridor. I headed back towards the laboratory. Upon reaching the laboratory, I went straight to experiment subject 26. The collapsed bubble amoeba greeted me with ripples when it saw me. Not only through greetings, but also through its glowing body, it expressed happiness, which made me feel good as well. I brought food again today. Food, it replied, as it quivered and shone even brighter this time. I mentally chuckled and prepared to give it its meal. While monitoring Kaisaraji Yujin for 2 days, I had learned one thing. An experiment was underway in the laboratory to awaken unknown traits latent in bubble amoebas. I didn't know what abilities this seemingly harmless mascot possessed, but the researchers seemed quite confident. During the game, there weren't any special abilities. Is this one different, or is it because the species has changed? For some reason, experiment subject 26 received special treatment, and I believed it was essential to establish a positive relationship with it. Not immediately, but perhaps it could prove helpful in the future when I conquered the ship. It's a bit of a hobby, I suppose. I went to the experiment chamber, where I opened the lid and revealed the container with a minimal amount of nutrients meant for basic sustenance. I carefully cut it into pieces, since putting the entire thing in would undoubtedly clog the feeding system. The fragments passed through the hose connecting the 2 chambers and were delivered in front of the creature. The bubble amoeba enveloped the calorie bar pieces with its entire body, and once it seemed to have digested everything, I repeated the process. When the creature finished eating 1 calorie bar, it emitted a slow twinkle of light, indicating it was full. I guess you like it. I never knew during the game why people search for bubble amoebas, but now I felt like I understood. Seeing the creature emit light in rhythm with a certain pattern underwater, I couldn't help but find myself entranced. Who? At that moment, someone intruded within my range of perception. They were research personnel attempting to enter the laboratory. I quickly climbed into the ventilation duct to hide, and a short while later, they entered the laboratory. Due to the wretched situation he found himself in, Wei, a Ganymede colony native, felt like he was on the brink of death. When he first joined the project, he couldn't have been happier upon learning that his superior was not just any earthling, but a noble capital, essentially royalty within Megacorp's ruling class. If he could establish a connection with them, his dream of immigrating to Mars, something he had only fantasized about, could become a reality. With such anticipation, he boarded the ship, but Wei's dream was shattered sooner than he expected. That crazy woman again. She says today is a day off. Wei wiped away the beads of sweat dripping from his half-bald head and stole a glance at his young and capable superior standing beside him. Her name was Kaisaraji Yujin, Wei's superior in a noble capital belonging to the Yujin family, one of the 5 noble houses that ruled Earth. Today, as it was a non-working day, she was dressed in casual attire, holding a cat in her arms. Damn it, why the hell does a cat need a walk? Wei briefly cursed himself for thinking of going to the garden for some fresh air. Kaisaraji brought up the question that he had heard hundreds of times before entering the lab. When will experiment 26 show results? If we don't achieve significant results that we can report to the company before we reach our destination, they might reconsider your employment over there. Ugh, Please, not that. As soon as the word employment came out of her mouth, cold sweat poured out of Wei's forehead like a waterfall. As a senior researcher at Megacorp, he knew all too well what employment meant. His gaze briefly shifted to the brain inside the test tube, almost as if his predecessor was beckoning him to join. Senior researcher, I mean Mr. Wei. Yes, yes. Kaisaragi, who had been giving him a cold look, suddenly changed her expression and began to comfort him with a gentle tone. I don't wish for such results either. I have expectations from Senior Researcher Wei as well. If we can extract that aptitude from Experiment 26, a promotion to Chief Researcher is not out of the question. Oh, really? Yes. At the very least, Chief Researcher, and if things go well, we might establish connections with Mars. They have a keen interest in this project, after all. Upon hearing her words, Wei's eyes lit up. He decided to tell her about a method he had only contemplated but never attempted. Well, there is one remaining method. What is it? I want to try administering psionium. Psionium? Are you talking about the drug made by Star Union? Yes. Kaisaragi Yujin stroked the cat's head silently. The cat purred in response to its owner's affectionate touch. Psionium has awakening effects. I know what it does. We used it to secure the project before. Psionium, it's a drug we haven't tried. Actually, there are a few other substances, but we've tried all the ones with similar ingredients. Psionium is the only one left. Kisa's gaze shifted toward Experiment 26. Her look wasn't as gentle as when she petted the cat. Observing the test subject, she resembled a machine sorting goods in a factory. Fine, administer it right away. But if we don't neutralize it, it could be life-threatening. If we wait for that, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. We don't have much time left. The phrase, "we don't have much time," wasn't exclusive to Wei. She, as the project leader, would also be responsible if the experiment failed. She belonged to a higher echelon than Wei. The impact of any blemish on her career would be significant. Moreover, she had never experienced failure in her entire life. The looming possibility of her first failure made her even more anxious. As you know, we should have had research results by now. Well, that's true, but normally, it's time to finalize the report. But we haven't elicited any meaningful response from the test subject yet. I believe you understand how serious this situation is. Wei couldn't refute her words because they were true. All right, I'll administer it right away. Wei retrieved a purple test tube from the refrigerator. I'll start with 0.01 milligrams. As Wei connected the test tube to the terminal and operated the console, a small amount of the substance within the test tube was injected. The bubble amoeba remained unresponsive. There were no notable changes in the graph on the terminal screen. Wei wiped the sweat that flowed like raindrops and pressed the button on the terminal again. I'll administer 0.05 milligrams. This time, there was a response. The bubble amoeba convulsed in apparent agony. Wei couldn't hide his joy at the anticipated reaction. He watched the test subject with excitement. Kaisaragi's face also showed a hint of interest as she observed the experiment. Next is 0.07 milligrams. Wait, since there's a response, you can increase the dosage. Really? Administer all of it. Well, that's a bit. Just do it. When Wei hesitated, Kaisaragi pushed him aside and pressed the administer button herself. The liquid from the test tube drained completely into the experiment tube. Eventually, the bubble amoeba's body expanded as if someone had blown air into it. Lights flashed madly from its body, and its skin couldn't withstand the expansion, tearing apart. It was clear to anyone that the bubble amoeba was enduring extreme pain, but among the people present, no one cared about that issue. Please, just a little more. Wei clenched his fist tightly while watching the graph on the terminal screen skyrocket to the ceiling. About 5 minutes had passed. The graph took a sharp dive and crashed to the floor. Wei felt a sense of resemblance between the plummeting graph and his own future. Inside the test chamber, Experiment 26 was no longer glowing pink. It remained white, as if forcibly bleached, and showed no signs of movement. Awaken it? Yes. Unlike Wei's despairing tone, Kaisaragi's voice showed no emotion. Wei pressed the electric shock button with a heavy heart. Bubbles rose inside the test chamber, and the bubble amoeba jumped. It wriggled slightly, but remained predominantly in a white, almost lifeless state. Fascinating results. Tried again on experiment 26. Are you sure? If you achieve significant results with another attempt, report to me. Wei's face brightened, as if he had been given a reprieve from a death sentence. Kaisaragi, who had turned one person's life into heaven and hell with a single word, suddenly fell to gaze and glanced towards the ventilation fan. I sense a gaze again. There was nothing visible beyond the ventilation fan. The experiment I saw earlier had meaning for me too. The psionium they injected into experiment 26 is a substance I'm familiar with. Psionium, a temporary awakening agent that unlocks dormant racial traits. In the game, when you consume psionium, your maximum health decreases, but locked racial traits are unlocked for a limited time. For example, if I were to consume psionium, I could use abilities that are normally unavailable during the human stage for a short time, such as the acidic blood trait gained during the fluid stage or the enhanced exoskeleton trait. Of course, the duration of the effects decreases with each use, making it more of a mid-game item than a late-game one. Does Experiment 26 possess hidden traits that I don't know about? Despite having hunted thousands of them before, I hadn't seen any concealed traits. There had never been discussions of this in the community either, so it's possible that Experiment 26 was a unique specimen or that differences had emerged in the transition from the game to reality. In any case, learning about the existence of psionium is an achievement. When I engage in full-scale combat against the humans on board the spaceship, it might come in handy. Back at the nest, I relaxed once more. As I did, thoughts I had intentionally avoided began to resurface. It asked me for help. Experiment 26, who had received a massive injection of psionium, had pleaded for salvation. The screams still echoed vividly in my mind. Experiment 26 had begged for mercy, even though the researchers hadn't understood the implications of those waves. Even if they had known, they probably wouldn't have stopped. The unfortunate fact was that this gruesome experimentation wouldn't end here. The Megacorp researchers would likely repeat the psionium experiment until Experiment 26 couldn't endure any longer and dies. I knew that there was nothing but darkness in its future. The only reason I had spared Experiment 26's life was because I had deemed its genetic essence useless. Otherwise, it would have been a candidate for my meal. But why, even knowing that, did a feeling of discomfort creep up from the depths of my heart? Why did Experiment 26's cries still echo in my mind? I don't like this. Not at all. Given all of this, I didn't seem to be a complete honored yet. I was consumed by anger, but at the same time, I remained in a thoroughly rational state of mind. My judgment was based on the belief that I had enough evidence to target her. Among the achievements I had obtained today, there was information that could be useful concerning Kaisaragi Yujin. She's raising a cat. Using my heightened senses, I could deduce how much she cherished the cat. She seemed like a woman whose veins ran with cold blood, but when she stroked the cat, human emotions were palpable. When her beloved cat dies, it wasn't difficult to imagine how Kaisaragi Yujin would react. There are many vulnerabilities. Obviously, the cat didn't receive any special protection. Besides, when her owner called, it was mostly alone. People on the spaceship hadn't even thought about how Kaisaragi Yujin would react when her cat dies. In other words, using the cat as bait to lure in prey was the core of my plan. Kaisaragi Yujin, you'll die within a few days. Fueled by burning anger and icy calculation, I pronounced her death sentence. Once the decision was made, all that remained was action. I had spent 2 days observing and investigating the cat's daily routine. After thorough analysis, I came to one conclusion: truly an emperor. I'd wager that even the captain of this ship wasn't as comfortable as this cat. For 6 days, I had been observing the crew, and most of them had a below-average standard of living. For example, the meal menu consisted mainly of low-cost foods, such as synthetic meat and genetically modified grains, with no other advantages. On the other hand, this cat eats only meat every day, thanks to its excellent owner. And not just any meat, but freshly butchered, high-quality meat. This ship had an agricultural area responsible for farming and livestock. It was a place designed to provide gourmet cuisine to the ship's elite and visiting dignitaries, and they were sparingly offering such precious meat to a mere cat. Seeing this, Kaisaraji Yujin is definitely not an ordinary person. She might be a Martian aristocrat, a prime capital of the Megacorp, or perhaps both. Both were powerful factions within the Megacorp, each exerting dominance over a planetary region. Troublesome social classes. Both classes had extremely high levels of pride and never forgot any grudges. Even the smallest grievances would be remembered, and they would later seek ruthless revenge, often many times over. This had made playing the game quite challenging. Even if I were to kill someone other than Kaisaraji Yujin and escape from the ship, she wouldn't forget me. She would somehow find me and try to kill me. Another reason to kill her. In any case, her status as an owner was one thing. But the crucial question was how to kill that cat. Meow. The cat yawned as if bored. Looking at it lounging on the top-grade cushion, there was no other like it. This was Kaisaraji Yujin's bedroom. I was currently in the ventilation duct connected to the wall near the bedroom floor. I had been watching that lazy creature through the mesh for a while, and the sight of it being so sluggish made me sigh involuntarily. It looks dull, so killing it shouldn't be too difficult. Unlike dogs, cats had retained their wild instincts even after becoming domesticated livestock. They were also naturally excellent hunters, so I expected it to be a formidable opponent for someone like me, who was merely in the hatchling stage. Of course, I wouldn't win in a fight, but significant bleeding was inevitable. However, seeing it in person made me realize that I was worrying unnecessarily. Looking at its chubby belly, I couldn't help but think it would be delicious more than anything else. The problem is that it's too lazy. Most of its time was spent rolling around on that cushion. Except when eating or going for a walk in the garden with its owner, it didn't move at all. Still, I can't kill it right here. The amusing fact was that this place had better security than the cargo hold. To the naked eye, the ventilation duct I was in appeared no different from other areas. However, with my heightened senses, I could tell that the bedroom's owner paid extra attention to security, to the extent that it might seem obsessive-compulsive. Laser signal transmitters installed throughout the area were monitoring for illegal intruders. What if I were to enter the room? The AI would immediately inform the guards outside about the presence of an unknown intruder. Then I'd be finished. They wouldn't even need to use a gun. The guards would kick me, and my insides would explode, killing me instantly. So I'm stuck here. The cat itself seemed easy to deal with, but the process of approaching it unexpectedly proved to be quite tricky. In irritation, I carelessly shook my tail. Oh! When my tail hit the wall of the ventilation duct, making a noise, the cat's ears perked up. Meow. The cat sprang up, rushing towards exactly where I was. Despite being overweight, its movements were quite agile. As the cat's body collided with the mesh, the laser signal transmitters activated. I could feel the guards outside the door stiffening in response. I couldn't stay here any longer. I gave the scratching cat a brief glance and then retreated from my position. Immediately after I left, the guards stormed into the room. What's going on? What came in? Ugh, the cat's causing trouble again. Just leave it. Ignoring the grumbling voices of the guards, I returned to my nest. I can't believe I made such a mistake. I had come close to putting my life in danger. I couldn't believe I had been so careless. Could it be that this comfortable nest had gotten into my head? Has my body become numb to stimuli because of the comfort? Tempting the cat with my tail? I must be out of my mind. Wait a minute. While I was berating myself, something popped into my head. Fragments of ideas began to emerge randomly, like puzzle pieces falling into place. I methodically organized the thoughts that were coming to me like a jigsaw puzzle. The cat looked bored, provocation, the reaction of the guards. These were the three key elements. Finally, I had a clue about how to approach and conquer that cat. Cat Caesar was once again spending its time on top of the cushion. When it first left its homeland for this metal monstrosity that reeked of hostility, Caesar couldn't believe it. It scolded its owner, Kaisaraji Yujin, with solemn eyes, but she just ignored its complaints, wearing a somewhat apologetic expression. Caesar was greatly disappointed, but suffering didn't end there. Its sleeping arrangements were far from comfortable, and the food it received was pitiful. For someone who had lived its entire life eating the finest beef and freshly caught fish, the meals on the ship were unbearable. In fact, Caesar might have fasted for the day, because its owner had knelt down and pleaded desperately. Caesar had no choice but to eat the miserable meat. Before long, Caesar had perfectly adapted to the new environment, making its initial resistance seem trivial. Life on the ship, where there was almost no change, suited its lazy personality well. Caesar stretched in boredom. It was too lazy to move around much, but it wasn't lacking in feline curiosity. Is there anything interesting happening today? Just as it thought so, it heard a rustling sound from beyond the ventilation duct. Raising its head to investigate, Caesar realized the sound was coming from the passage where the wind was blowing. Come to think of it, not long ago, something strange had appeared there and caught its attention. Caesar slowly got up. Last time, it had rushed over hastily and missed whatever unknown presence there was. This time, it promised itself it wouldn't miss it. It cautiously approached. As it got closer to the entrance of the passage, it saw a small object. It was a cockroach, partially severed in half. Despite having no chance of survival, the bug was wriggling and trying to escape. Seeing this, Caesar felt its long-dormant predator instincts awakening. Almost involuntarily, it pounced on the cockroach. With its front paws, Caesar toyed with the cockroach until it stopped moving. As Caesar watched the lifeless insect, it felt an unfamiliar emotion. It was an emotion that could be described as fascinating. Caesar's small brain was filled with thoughts like it wished there were more toys around. Through Caesar's eyes, another bug was visible beyond the mesh. It felt disappointed because last time it had touched the mesh, nothing had happened. In frustration, it lightly tapped the mesh, and surprisingly, this time it produced a different result. The mesh fell forward. It hesitated for a moment, then crawled into the passage to catch the bug. Hey, what's making that noise again? It's probably the cat. Let's check it out later. It's annoying. After all, where would a cat go? We're guarding it like this. Because it was a cat, Caesar couldn't understand what the guards were talking about outside. Even if it could understand, it was too preoccupied with the bugs to care. Following the scattered bugs in the passage, a bright light entered his field of view. Following the light, it found itself in an open corridor. Meow. After entering the corridor and looking around, Caesar realized that it had never been to this place before. It thought about turning back now, but once again, the sight of a bug mesmerized it. Behind the bug's body was a dark space in sharp contrast to the light in the corridor. Without fear, Caesar jumped into that space. It was a cargo hold. It's coming. I was hiding on top of a container, watching the cat below. The stupid cat was following the bugs without any suspicion. Instinct in animals is absolute. Even if they are tamed by human hands, the genes of a hunter and a predator still exist within them. It's the genes of a hunter and a predator. Meow. The cat approached the container. I was ready to pounce. My blood flowed faster due to tension. My thick and flexible tail, which was in my rear end, was ready to strike at any moment. The 4 pairs of muscles making up my legs contracted, and my body's posture lowered sharply, signaling that I was ready for combat. While my body was getting ready, my loyal subordinate, my super sense, calculated the best time to attack under the owner's command. The transcendent vision, unique to a morph, pierced through the darkness of the cargo hold beyond the cat and aimed accurately at the cat. Observing the cat's muscles, bone movements, and habits, I concluded that its right eye had lower eyesight than its left eye. Meow. The cat turned its head to the left. With its diminishing eyesight, it couldn't spot me lurking in the darkness. Now was the chance. I used my legs, which were bent almost entirely, as propulsion to lift my body into the air. I didn't use my wings because they made noise. Approaching the cat quickly was enough with the power of gravity. The distance between me and the cat rapidly closed. The cat's ears perked up at the sound of the wind. Its head turned towards me, and its pupils dilated. It sensed danger and tensed up, but it was too late. My tail became the assassin's dart, and it stabbed the cat's side. The venom, which would paralyze even an adult, spread throughout the cat's body through its veins. Despite having a much smaller body than a human, the cat had no chance of withstanding the paralysis poison. After being stung, within seconds, the cat's heart stopped. The hunt was successful. I fell to the ground, stepping on a motionless prey, and let out a triumphant roar. The triumphant cry of a predator echoed through the cargo hold, and the inhabitants shivered in fear and awe. Good. Shall we eat now? The ceremony was successfully completed, so it was time to check the reward. I took a bite of the cat's corpse. The sensation in my mouth was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Before I even had a chance to savor the sweet taste of blood, the chewy muscles and the flavorful fat overwhelmed my senses. The feeling was so shocking that it sent shivers down my spine. I had thought that cockroaches, spiders, and calorie bars were edible, but I was completely wrong. The sensation of delicious is exactly what I felt. I gripped my trembling legs and took another bite of the cat. Insane. It wasn't an illusion. The taste of cat meat was so good that it could be the only thing I ate until I died. With my limited vocabulary, it was hard to describe just how delicious a cat was. I didn't think about anything else. I focused on eating the meat. It took less than 5 minutes for the larger cat's corpse to disappear. Sigh. After chewing the bones and licking up every drop of blood that had spilled onto the floor, I was satisfied. Having completed my frenzy of a meal and regained my composure, I could understand why Amorphas were so obsessed with meat. It's insanely delicious. I couldn't help but swear it was such an amazing taste. Even excluding the goal of collecting genetic essence, if meat tasted this good, I would have sought it out intentionally. As I licked the flesh and blood that had stuck to my front paws in regret, a text box suddenly appeared. Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained wild instinct genetic essence from cat. Extracted the wild instinct from the biological characteristics of cat. Do you want to apply the wild instinct? Oh, I was feeling good after eating the meat, and then there was talk of genetic essence acquisition. Moreover, I had no idea that I could obtain genetic essence by eating something for the first time. Wild instinct, huh? A characteristic I've never seen before. Since this was the first time I had eaten a cat, I didn't even know it had a characteristic. I had no idea what effect it would have, but since it wouldn't hurt to have it, I pressed accept. The wild instinct characteristic has been applied. It's possible to fuse at the existing trait Supersense. Fusion of wild instinct and Supersense traits. Evolving into Predator Sense trait. Predator Sense. The Supersense characteristic is enhanced. It allows you to pre-detect threats in the near future based on available information. Asterisk note. Exceptional hunters have a knack for reading the future. I stared at the text box, at a loss for words. Predator Sense? I double-checked the characteristics recorded in the text box. Race, unidentified aggressive space morph. Status, hatchling. Objective, survive. Special traits, Predator Sense, fusion. Wings, chitinous exoskeleton, robust vitality, paralyzing stinger. I knew that there was a trait fusion system in the space survival game. It was a system that combined 2 or more related traits into one enhanced trait. There were cases where even seemingly useless traits transformed into powerful ones through fusion. So I actively used it. I had used it so often that I had memorized all the combinations for fusion in the game. Could there be a trait that I don't know about? I had never seen this trait before, no matter how many times I read it. Pre-detect threats. Traits related to future prediction existed in the game, but they were usually implemented to increase evasion rates. To put it plainly, they were mostly good for show and not very useful. But this is reality. How will it work here? I concentrated my senses on the auxiliary organ, similar to when I use Supersense. The slender, tentacle-like appendage attached to my jaw wriggled and read the information floating in the air more effectively than before. It was capable of collecting a significantly larger amount of information now, far beyond what it could previously gather. I could even identify what kind of insects were in the cargo hold and the shapes of the weapons inside the containers. However, the future-seeing effect I had expected didn't activate. It seemed like there was no immediate threat to me. Perhaps it's passive? It being an automatically activated passive ability didn't necessarily mean it was a bad thing. Threats could strike unexpectedly, so having an advantage like this wasn't a disadvantage. By the way, eating mammals sure gives you a lot more energy. My energy level felt remarkably higher after eating the mammal. Besides the energy boost, I also felt significantly fuller. The skin covering my back and stomach seemed slightly tighter. I returned to my nest with a satisfying sense of fullness. According to historians, the origin of Megacorp dates back to when 7 corporations on Earth and Mars conspired to maximize their profits. The government couldn't overlook the merchant guilds overstepping their bounds, so they declared war on the 7 major corporations. Countless people were sacrificed to the extent that blood formed seas. In the end, the final victors were the 7 major corporations. It marked the era when the entire solar system came under the dominion of a single massive corporate consortium, Megacorp. Subsequently, among the 7 corporations that formed the foundation of Megacorp, 5 companies headquartered on Earth became the 5 noble houses of noble capital, while the 2 companies on Mars became the aristocratic prime capital of Mars. Among the 5 noble houses ruling over Earth, the Eugen family had a rather unexpected beginning as a small agricultural company. Eugen's ancestors had recognized the potential of genetically modified food early on and invested heavily in genetic engineering. Even in the space age, this tradition continued, ensuring that the Eugen family possessed outstanding genetic engineering technology that was renowned throughout the galaxy. The fact that Kaisaragi Eugen could become such an exceptional geneticist was largely due to her family's background. From a young age, she displayed exceptional genius, prompting her family to invest heavily in her upbringing. With such a privileged background, she had never experienced any sense of deficiency in her life. Whatever she desired, she obtained without fail, even if she had to wait a little. So why was it so difficult for her to accept the fact that she had lost something she owned for the very first time in her life? When can I see Caesar? The soldiers are searching for him, so if you wait just a bit longer. It's already been 2 hours. Caesar always strictly observes mealtime, so something must have happened. Anyone who knew Kaisaragi would be surprised by her current state. She looked nothing like her usual self. Her well-kept black hair was disheveled, and her usually icy expression was nowhere to be found. Presently, she appeared nothing short of unhinged. Captain Samuel, seeing her in this state, let out a sigh. This is a spaceship. Unless a cat is piloting a rescue ship, he must be somewhere on board. That's why I'm telling you to find him right away. What I mean is that waiting might yield favorable results. Samuel was from Third Capital, originally hailing from Saturn's moon, Titan. He wasn't from the lower class by any means, but compared to the noble houses, he was nowhere near their league. If she asked him to step down from his captaincy, he would have to relinquish his position without question. She held her birthright firmly in her grasp, and he felt as if he were about to lose his mind dealing with her. What's the situation with the guards? They're all detained. Legal procedures can only be carried out upon reaching the destination. Execute them immediately. Yes. Samuel thought he must have misheard. As the captain, you have the authority for immediate executions, correct? Exercise that authority. Are you suggesting executing someone without due process? Other soldiers might revolt. Executing someone? Samuel coughed nervously as he met her intense gaze. Well, what I meant was, isn't it better to discuss the punishment after the search has made some progress? I don't mean anything else by it. Have you forgotten that all of this happened because the soldiers didn't do their job properly? Samuel knew it well. The fact that the ship's crew was far from friendly to cats. Honestly, even the captain himself had a diet consisting of fresh meat only once a week. The rest of his meals were filled with cultured meat. On the other hand, that damn furball gets to eat beef every meal. He couldn't stand that cat himself, but he knew there were soldiers who liked them. Seeing the misfortune that had befallen the cat, it wouldn't be surprising if some of them were pleased. However, if he mentioned this fact, Kaisaragi's anger would undoubtedly be directed at him, so Samuel kept his mouth shut. I am well aware of the chief research officer's concerns. I will make sure to discipline the soldiers thoroughly in light of this incident. I'll come back in 2 hours. If there's no progress by then, you might want to consider taking off that hat. After warning Samuel, Kaisaragi left the captain's quarters. Where on earth could he be? She hadn't just idly waited while the soldiers conducted their search. She had created a tracker that could determine Caesar's whereabouts through the fur he left on the cushion. The device had worked successfully, but upon seeing the results it produced, she became perplexed. It was because Caesar had gone to a place he could never have reached by conventional means. Caesar had undone the screws of the grill installed in the ventilation duct, made his way to the cargo hold, and then disappeared. It was a situation that clearly involved human intervention, so Kaisaragi called the cargo hold supervisor. The supervisor had a solid alibi. He had been drinking with colleagues in the cafeteria all day. However, it was true that he had neglected his duties, so Kaisaragi had considered killing him. If the captain hadn't stopped her, the supervisor would have been left to wander the dark expanse of space for eternity. She reluctantly suppressed her anger and meticulously searched the cargo hold, taking the trembling supervisor along with her. Caesar's trail had ended near the containers, and in its place were traces left by an unidentified creature. She collected the traces and analyzed them using a scanner, but all it returned was a message saying no information. Genetic information not found, even in Megacorp's data archives. Even for her, creating a machine to track an entity with absolutely no information was no easy task. It wasn't impossible, but it would take more time than usual. Even if Caesar went without food for that long, he wouldn't die. But Kaisaragi couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Something was definitely wrong. Her intuition told her that something terrible had happened in the cargo hold. That's why she had pressed the innocent captain to find Caesar as quickly as possible. Whoever you are, if you've touched what's mine, I'll kill you. She found herself unconsciously biting her nails. The droplets of blood from her nails' edge vividly displayed the owner's emotions. While lying in the nest, lazily digesting my meal, I sensed a change on the ship. The movements of the humans were more agitated than usual. They must have realized that the cat was missing. Thanks to my upgraded auxiliary system, I could roughly perceive the appearance of moving humans. From their solid forms and vigorous movements, it was evident that the search team consisted entirely of soldiers. Soldiers, busy searching for a pet they didn't even like, were rolling on the floor with hunger. It seemed that even in the space age, the absurdity of military life had remained the same. It's all going as expected. There were two main benefits to killing that cat. First, it would cloud Eugen's judgment. Considering her actions and the cat's nutritional status, it was clear that Eugen lavished affection on her pet. While she was a demon to her test subjects and researchers, she was nothing short of an angel to the animals she raised. People who treated only what they cherished with humanity were not uncommon. They had one other common trait. She loses her mind when something's taken from her. It's not that she's worried about her pet dying or being in danger. She simply gets angry at the fact that someone she doesn't know has taken what she possesses. Even if it's the most insignificant thing she owns, she'll react similarly. This emotion can be concluded as irrational possessiveness or, in simpler terms, an obsession. And those who become obsessed find it hard to stay sane. Secondly, it would sow discord between Kaisaragi Eugen and the soldiers. The biggest obstacle to my assault on her was the guards. Due to the soldiers following her everywhere, surprise attacks were almost impossible. Even if I managed to eliminate her somehow, if the soldiers spotted me, the losses would outweigh the gains. So, I created an opportunity to distance her from the soldiers. The guards didn't like the cat. They were naturally upset. After all, they were forced to eat cat food, which was barely edible, as their rations. In reality, the cat was merely a pretext, and their anger was more directed at the absurdity of their social hierarchy. While being labeled as noble capital, they were being subjected to unreasonable demands. However, they feared the consequences of directly confronting Kaisaragi Eugen. Owners may be terrifying, but pets aren't. In simple terms, her cat served as a kind of shield. In that situation, if the sacrificial lamb were to disappear and they were forced to expend unnecessary effort to find the disliked entity, would the soldiers be willing to protect her as before? Not only that, Kaisaragi Yujin would no longer trust the soldiers. The biggest reason for the disappearance of something she cherished was the negligence of the guards. Haha, thank you very much, cat. They probably never imagined that such a useless lump of flesh would bring about this butterfly effect. I got up from my spot. Once you've sown the seeds, harvesting is simply a matter of course. The time had come to extract Kaisaragi Yujin's genetic essence. What is the essence of a morph play? Space survival games ensure high freedom, but they aren't without established gameplay styles. For example, starting as a megacorp noble capital, the conventional approach is to use initial funding to hire mercenaries or buy ships and roll the snowball, as it's optimized for using mercenaries or slaves due to racial characteristics. So, what's the conventional way of playing a morph? What sets a morph apart from other races? They are hunters, gathering enemy information in advance, laying traps, luring them, and ambushing them from behind. No matter how many genetic essences you accumulate and become stronger in the late game, the essence of a morph remains that of a hunter. Even in the late game, after finishing essence farming, the same formula holds. The reason I could become the best in the game as a morph was simple. I was good at hunting. Unlike other players, I had to fight alone without party members. My physical abilities weren't better than young players. I had fewer equipment and attributes than longtime players. Yet, amidst all these unfavorable conditions, I always trampled over them. I made the genes of those whining and protesting against me my own and copied their unique traits. As trophies of my hunts piled up, my hunting expertise accumulated as well. The more foolish victims didn't give up and continued to challenge me, making me stronger. In this endless cycle, I became the most infamous predator in the world of space survival. That's why I'm now targeting a new prey. Damn, it's taking too long for the stabilization process. Kaisaragi Yujin vented her anger, slamming her desk. She had been observing from above the laboratory for a while, but she hadn't noticed my presence. Her sharp instincts were dulled by anger. She wasn't alone yet. The guards were outside, and the soldiers were patrolling. Damn it, she muttered irritably as she got up from her seat, which had been fiddling with the machine. She went to another laboratory and started manipulating the terminal. I didn't know what she was trying to do, but it didn't seem pleasant for the creatures inside the laboratory. Every time she passed by, the experimental subjects writhed in pain. This bastard, and that bastard too. What she was doing was not an experiment, but torture for venting her anger. The laboratory was filled with silent screams. By the way, you're here too. In front of her was experiment subject 26. I could sense its unease even from here. When Kaisaragi pulled out the psionium, subject 26 trembled. Was she satisfied with the fact that the subject was afraid? She smiled distortedly. This is an experiment. She injected all the psionium. Subject 20's entire body was torn apart, and its body color faded in an instant. Bubbling foam inside the test tube seemed to vividly reflect the subject's screams. After the experiment, which was nothing more than sadistic torture disguised as research, Subject 26 came back to life. Kaisaragi pulled back her tongue and left the lab as it was. A woman who only chooses things she doesn't like until the end. I was about to move to track her, but experiment subject 26 sent a ripple my way. Greetings. Even in moments like this, it greeted me as usual. I didn't respond and continued on my way. There was no need for conversation between us. I intended to provide the one thing it truly needed instead, revenge. I left the lab and followed Kaisaragi. She was heading for the captain's quarters, with 2 guards following closely behind her. They seemed displeased to the point where there was no need for my auxiliary systems to confirm. Kaisaragi appeared to sense this as well, but didn't say anything. The tense atmosphere escalated even further when we arrived at the captain's quarters. It's been 2 hours. What's the progress? We just started the search. Please wait a little longer. Captain, Or should I say, Yuziong Samuel, are you defying the will of noble capital? The captain, Yuziong Samuel, hardened his face at her words. It looked like he was angry to anyone watching, but it was just for show. Judging by the dilation of his pupils, the sweat trickling down his neck, and the trembling of his legs inside his pants, he was clearly in a state of panic. He may be the captain of the ship, but Kisaragi is part of Megacorp's ruling class. The hierarchy is completely different, so it's natural for him to be afraid. I'm a captain of this ship. Research officer, please be cautious with your words. That captain's position can be relinquished. Even if it's noble capital, we cannot tolerate abuse of power. I have the right to detain the research officer. What? You're saying you're going to detain me now? Anyone who disrupts the order on this ship can be detained at the captain's discretion. Are you insane, Yuziong Samuel? The situation was getting interesting. It seemed like there had been conflicts between them even before I started observing. Well, with the inhumane Kisaragi and the captain, who usually avoids confrontation, it might have been an expected outcome. They stared at each other for a while. In the end, Kisaragi was the one who averted her gaze. Is this somewhat expected as well? If Kisaragi makes a mistake, the fate of the ship's crew will end there. But laws are distant, and fists are close. This is the middle of space, and even if the captain loses his temper and tries to kill her, she won't be able to resist. Despite her superior intelligence compared to the others, her body is that of an ordinary woman. We'll see about that later. Kisaragi left the captain's quarters, grinding her teeth in frustration. As soon as she left, the captain called his aide and yelled at him to bring that damn cat right away. It must be urgent. If things continue like this, the captain is as good as dead the moment he arrives at any planet or space station. He had the audacity to threaten her with detention in front of noble capital, so there's no way around it. His only lifeline now is to find the kitten and resolve this issue. But it's already dead. After all, the captain is someone who has been put on my hit list. No matter what he does, he can't escape his fate. Afterwards, Kisaragi continued to roam the ship, making trouble wherever she went. The more the crew resented her, the better for me. When she disappears from people's sight, it will be easier for me to work. Her last destination was the restroom. She was accompanied by 2 guards. Normally, at least one guard should have accompanied her inside, but these guards had been through a lot of her bullying, so they didn't follow her. I don't know if she noticed that they were disobeying orders due to emotional reasons, or if she simply didn't like the guards. Hey, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Coincidentally, one of the guards also left to go to the restroom. Inside the women's restroom, there was only her, and there was only one guard outside. This is my chance. There was no security equipment inside the restroom to hinder my movements. In the ventilation ducts surrounding the restroom, I prepared for the assault. I loosened 2 screws with my claws and carefully removed the grate, making sure not to make any noise. I hung it up while keeping my claws raised. She was in the middle of washing her face at the sink, and the sound of running water masked any noise I might have made. I approached her cautiously, making sure not to cast a reflection in the mirror. After finishing her face wash, she turned off the tap and brushed the water droplets from her hair. I had to get close enough to her to strike with a single leap. My 4 pairs of legs moved with extreme caution, unlike anything she had ever seen. Paralysis poison surged at the tip of my tail. Just like a cat, my body was ready to strike to finish her with a single blow. Phew! Kisaragi stared at herself in the mirror with a vacant expression. But suddenly she frowned. Oh no! Was her mind clearer after washing her face? Her senses had detected me. A distress signal from her brain was sent, spreading throughout her body. The muscles in her neck twitched in response. Within a second, her head would turn towards me. There was no more time to delay. My legs pounded against the steel floor. My body, transformed into a deadly projectile, was launched towards her. The distance between us was still considerable, but now was the time to use my wings. I had been eagerly awaiting the command to summon them, and as I gave the order, my wings unfolded wide. My body, previously losing momentum, suddenly shot upwards. Wings with the distinctive glossy luster of chitin gleamed as they vigorously flapped. The distance between us was now about 50 centimeters. I revealed the paralyzing stinger that had been concealed in my tail. Kisaragi's gaze shifted toward me. Her face contorted rapidly, overcome by a cocktail of negative emotions: surprise, revulsion, imminent danger, and fear. When people are faced with unexpected peril, they instinctively shield their faces with their hands. Her arm began to rise. As her forearm was about halfway to her face, my tail slithered through the gap. It was a flexible maneuver, disarming her defense. At its tip, a small needle pierced her carotid artery. Ah! A short cry escaped from her lips. In reality, she couldn't have screamed for long. The poison coursing through her veins paralyzed her entire body within seconds. Until the antidote takes effect, all she could do was breathe. Fortunately, there was only one opponent. If I launched a surprise attack, I could kill him. My body entered combat mode once again. I pressed my body against the bathroom door, causing it to slowly inch open. I could see the tip of a military boot beyond the door. Gradually, his entire body entered the bathroom. Gasp! A voice of surprised human. He was fixated on the corpse lying on the floor. I, hiding behind the door, sprang towards him. My body stuck to his shoulder, and I could sense his shock. He should have reached for his gun immediately, but he didn't. Instead, he brushed his shoulder. In a way, it was a very realistic response. Anyone would react like that when something winged and resembling a desert spider attached itself to their shoulder. However, considering the situation, such an action was not wise. The price of a wrong choice was death. Thanks to the time he gave me, my tail was able to pierce his ear. My tail, having penetrated his ear, was slowly withdrawn. He had been instantly killed by the paralytic poison injected close to his brain. As he collapsed to the floor, the bathroom door closed. Not long after Kisaragi's death, another unfamiliar security guard also met his end. Outside was quiet. No one had witnessed the deaths of the two people. I need to hurry. Soon his colleague would return. I quickly restored the grill of the ventilation duct to its original state and hastily left the bathroom. I took a winding route instead of going directly to the nest because there might be unexpected means of tracking. When I arrived at the nest, I activated the text box. Hatchling dash metamorph. Evolution conditions have been met. Would you like to evolve? The time for evolution I had been waiting for had finally come. After one last look around, I accepted. Mucus for evolution flowed from my body like water. It poured out in such quantities that it encased my entire body. The liquid solidified into a hard shell, layer by layer. If someone were to see me now, they would probably think I was inside some kind of cocoon. It's strange. Inside the cocoon, there was a peculiar sensation that was hard to put into words. To describe it somehow, it was a feeling of being different, a sense that I was becoming an entirely different being. Inside the cocoon, the secretions were reassembling me into something foreign. If I had memories from my fetal stage, this might be what it feels like. If I could perceive the process of my mother's womb, creating my existence, it would surely feel something like this. I wanted to open my eyes and see for myself, but it was impossible. Since entering the cocoon, I had completely lost control over my body. The sensation I'm feeling, is it rooted in physical sensation, or does it stem from something like my spiritual existence, perceiving the changes in my body? I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it. Let's wait patiently. I've done everything I can. I decided to rest in this cozy cocoon until the evolution is complete. Above the cooling room, in the ventilation duct, it was a place that until recently had been filled with contaminated air and disgusting fluids pouring out of spores. It had been a space full of impure humidity, but now it was so dry that it was hard to imagine its previous state. All the spores had dried up, and the mucus tendrils that had clung to the walls like spider webs had withered like dry branches. In the midst of the ruined nest, there was a cocoon about the size of a young boy. Despite the cold air rising from the cooling room, the surface of the cocoon was rough, like desertified soil. It seemed to be absorbing the moisture from its surroundings. Then the cocoon shook. Something was moving inside, trying to come out. After a few more shakes, a crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon. The shell fell to the ground, and something black emerged from the inside. It was an alien form, covered in black, chitinous exoskeleton, resembling a human arm. At the end of the arm were 4 long fingers, reminiscent of the talons of a bird of prey. Starting with the first arm that protruded, several more arms emerged from the cocoon, breaking through the shell. Finally, the entire cocoon was discarded, revealing its true form. With 4 long arms, 2 smaller arms near its chest, thick and sturdy legs, and a long tail that was about 1.5 times the size of its body, it opened its eyes. With shining ashen eyes, it looked down at its body. GR. It seemed to smile contentedly. The airship's conference room. This is where the senior leadership of the ship gathers for meetings when something important comes up. Life inside the ship is usually static. So, when something important happens, it undoubtedly means a serious problem. Everyone in this room was aware of that, but no one could have imagined the nuclear bomb would go off. What should we do? The one asking the question was the chief medical officer responsible for the crew's health. His gaze was directed toward the empty chair. In any other seat, perhaps, but that one should never remain empty. The empty chair belonged to the chief research officer. Damn it, I don't know. Samuel muttered a curse, but no one in the room pointed it out because they all felt the same way. Samuel splashed his face with cold water. It was bewildering to think about how to handle this situation. He wanted to take drugs or get beaten to forget everything, but Samuel was the captain of this ship. Everyone was waiting for him to say something. Have you identified the cause? When I looked with my naked eye, it seemed the research officer was attacked and killed. It looks like she was slashed with a small saw, but we'll need a detailed examination to be sure. A detailed examination. Does that mean an autopsy? In response to Samuel's question, the medical officer nodded. They both knew that the word autopsy had been mentioned, but it was impossible to carry out an autopsy on the noble capital. Regardless of the family, the noble capital did not like anyone touching a corpse. They were people who cherished their own bodies and did treat others' bodies as playthings. If even the slightest trace of a scalpel were found on the corpse, the noble capital would not leave the medical officer, who led the autopsy, alone. Security officer. How far has the suspect's search progressed? We've checked all the surveillance cameras on board, but there was nothing unusual. The primary suspect, the security guard, is currently being interrogated. Do you think he's the culprit? Based on the information we have so far, it's unlikely. Report as soon as the search results come in. The most important person on the ship had died, and the culprit was unknown. Samuel barely suppressed the urge to abandon the ship and run away. He knew what had become of the researcher who didn't listen to Kaiseragi's words. The researcher had his brain extracted while still alive and became an experimental subject. A promising talent had suddenly become nothing more than a brain floating in a test tube. The same fate awaited anyone who didn't listen. It was hard to imagine what punishment those involved in Noble Capital's death would receive. Everyone knows what happened in the lab. If you don't want to end up with just your brain and subjected to electro-torture, you have to come up with some kind of plan. The word brain and electro-torture made everyone in the room shudder. To avoid the worst possible outcome, they all desperately put their heads together. Accident during the experiment? What are you talking about? Think before you speak, navigation officer. We're not talking about just 1 or 2 researchers here. How do you expect us to handle this? So you talk tough, but we're still a middle capital, you know? What did you say? Then how about this? Food poisoning. Then we're screwed upside down. If you want to die, do it alone, tech officer. What did you say? Those who can't do anything besides eating shouldn't dare speak up. Which capital are you from? In a state where anxiety filled their minds, the meeting was not going well at all. The conference room quickly turned chaotic. Amidst the shouting and bickering, someone slammed their desk forcefully. Quiet. He was the crisis management officer who commanded the soldiers. All this internal squabbling only complicates the situation. After calming everyone down in an instant, he paused for a moment and then spoke. Captain, our current location is near Planet C-08. What's that got to do with anything? C-08 is in the territory of the Space Dogs. Samuel raised an eyebrow, trying to understand what the crisis management officer was trying to say. Are you telling me this because of those pirate bastards? Yes. They attacked us, and I couldn't figure out sooner because there were no alarms. Samuel stroked his chin. The Space Dog were marauders who roamed space, looting and pillaging. They were one of Megacorp's enemies. In battles between fleets, they were always a nuisance, often causing damage even to battleships led by veteran soldiers. If a battleship could suffer damage, what about a research vessel like this one? It was only natural that significant damage would occur. In the process, unfortunate accidents could easily happen. If we report that we were attacked by them, we can probably mitigate the death of the research officer. Of course, Samuel, who was responsible for the crew's safety, would have a hard time avoiding responsibility, but there was a high chance that it would be settled with fines, considering the danger of the Space Dogs. The noble capital would also aim their revenge at the Space Dogs rather than Samuel. It's not a bad idea, but there's a problem. With our weapons, we can't really stand up against the Space Dogs. Don't worry about that. I have some friends from way back. I'll contact them. The atmosphere in the conference room became strange at his words. Among the senior officers in Megacorp, there were hardly any who hadn't been corrupt. Most of them created slush funds to receive bribes from the top. Even so, Samuel didn't expect the crisis management officer, who seemed strict, to have such connections. This nobleman, he may not look like it, but he's got ties to pirates. Like the thoughts of the others, Samuel also didn't like the Space Dogs. But there was no other way. How much do you need? At least 1 million credits. Samuel wanted to curse at the amount, which was nearly half of the ship's value, but he held back. It wasn't an unreasonable cost. Dealing with the noble capital was just as difficult as dealing with the Space Dogs. Considering the risk they took, this amount seemed reasonable. Darn it, spending precious credits like this. Samuel knew this fact, but unexpected expenses were never good. If there were no other options, he had to accept it for now. All right, I'll get it ready. Thank you, Captain. In exchange, you must handle the job thoroughly. No problem. In the end, the responsibility for this matter was delegated to the crisis management officer. Samuel was about to conclude the meeting when the medical officer raised his hand. What should we do with the body? We'll keep it in storage until the Space Dogs arrive. Make sure no one else touches it. Understood. With nothing more to discuss, the meeting was adjourned. Samuel left the conference room, hoping he wouldn't have to gather here again. So, this is the metamorphosis. Seeing and experiencing something firsthand that he had only seen in games was a completely different sensation. I looked down at my feet, or rather hands. When I was a hatchling, I had all 4 pairs of legs to support myself. But now it is different. Except for 1 pair of legs at the very back, the rest had evolved into what looked like arms. Let's take a closer look at the 4 arms. 1 pair near my ribs and 1 pair near my shoulders. They appeared as if human arm bones were attached to muscles. At the end of the arms, there were hands resembling eagle's talons, with 2 pairs of fingers each arranged vertically. Judging by the sharp claws, it seemed like I could easily tear through human flesh. Combat arms. They were like weapons and shields used to attack or protect against enemies. Of course, I could still do what I used to do before. Small, knob-like protrusions remained between the fingers, allowing them to grip walls or cling to ceilings. It was truly a transformation that suited the terms enhancement or evolution. Let's see. I moved the 4 arms at once. The upper arms had a sense of moving the shoulders, so they felt somewhat familiar, but the lower arms were very alien. Using human terms, it's like the sensation you get in your trapezius when doing chin-ups. If there were some complex mechanism attached to that area, it might feel something like this. It's a fresh sensation. The initial awkwardness was brief, and since it was my own body, after a few movements, I began to get the hang of it. Battle arms are set. Next is this little guy. There were small arms around my chest area. If we consider only their length, they were shorter than the legs during the hatchling stage. Their hands were different from the battle arms, having thumbs like those of primates. They seemed to be here for delicate tasks. Based on the presence of thumbs, The smaller arms seemed to handle intricate tasks such as operating computers or terminals, using weapons and tools, among other things. But the changes didn't stop at the arms. My previous reptilian-like body, which moved on land, had evolved into a bipedal form. In accordance with the change in body structure, the outer covering that had encased my back and abdomen had evolved into an armor-like exoskeleton. Around my chest and below the waist, human-like pelvis and digitigrade legs had emerged. These legs were thicker than the arms and had highly developed musculature. The region that was once my fourth leg had transformed into the present-day bipedal structure. The tail, which had been in my tailbone, had become long and thick, much like a dinosaur's tail. This change likely happened to maintain balance. Together with the tail, the stinger had also grown larger, reaching almost the size of a short sword. I've grown quite a bit in size. When standing, I was just under 1 meter in height. Judging by the length, including the tail, it was almost 2 meters in total. It was a tremendous growth compared to before. Now that I've become a metamorph, I need to change my strategy. Until now, avoiding the enemy's gaze had been the key to survival. But now, things are different. The emphasis on hunting and survival had nearly reached a 50-50 balance. Now that survival is more or less sorted, it's time to think about what's next. Although I planned to loot all the genetic essence within the ship, I needed a plan ahead. What would be my goal moving forward? Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: metamorph. Objective: survive. First evolution successful. Special traits: predator sense, fusion, wings, chitinous exoskeleton, robust vitality, paralyzing stinger, enhanced exoskeleton, acidic blood. Type: undetermined. When I displayed the text box, there was new text next to the objective. First evolution successful must refer to becoming a metamorph, right? Amorphous status was divided into 6 stages, and it underwent 5 evolutions. Hatchling, metamorph, pre-saint, quasi-saint, saint, and finally ascendant. Reaching ascendant status is considered as clearing space survival. In other words, it's equivalent to achieving Amorphous ending. The problem is, reaching the ending is incredibly difficult. Very few players have seen the species ending in space survival. I can check the list of players who have cleared it in the game, and there are only about 20, including me. Among all the Amorphs, I was the only one to achieve the ending, which is Ascendant. Ascendant. In the game, when an Amorph ascends, the secrets of their species' origins are revealed. Where they came from, what their identity is, and other hidden clues are unveiled. It's likely that reality is similar. If I succeed in ascending, I might learn how I became an Amorph and why I ended up in the world of space survival. The problem is how to get there. I checked the newly added category in the text box, which was type. Unlockable types do not exist. Would you like to view the list of potential specialized types? Becoming a metamorph marked a significant turning point for Amorphs. It was the moment when they determined their type. In comparison to other species, you could think of a type as a profession. The difference was that when you obtained a profession, related abilities were unlocked. However, for Amorphs, it worked the opposite way. If you met the conditions, your type would be unlocked, and it would synergize with related abilities. For example, if you had many physical enhancement attributes, you might unlock the physical enhancement type. In that case, your existing physical combat-related attributes would become much stronger. Considering my attributes, I might become the physical enhancement type. I personally like that type, especially if the chitinous exoskeleton was enhanced by the type. It would practically turn me into a living tank. Just charging at the enemy could turn them into minced meat. But let's see what's available. View the list. Currently, there are 2 potential specialized types. Physical enhancement type, 6/10, psychic enhancement type, 1.5/3. As I expected, the physical enhancement type had almost fulfilled the conditions. Thanks to the enhanced exoskeleton and acidic blood traits that resulted from becoming a metamorph, I could secure a total of 6 attributes related to physical abilities. But what's this? The number next to the psychic enhancement type was unusual. One has to be the predator senses, but what's the 0.54? None of the attributes I have can explain that. To obtain genetic essence, you had to consume almost the entire corpse. Judging by the zero point 0.5 designation, it was probably due to leftovers or failed acquisitions for some reason. I recalled the things I had eaten so far. Spiders, cockroaches, cat. Among them, there was no creature capable of having psychic abilities. I never left any leftovers before. Oh, I remembered. Kaisaragi Yujin. She was the only one I left behind. I noticed she had a strong sixth sense. Could it be because of psychic powers? In the game, while individuals with psychic powers were rare among humans in Megacorp, they were not non-existent. Perhaps she had latent abilities she herself was unaware of. I definitely have to consume psychic powers. The physical enhancement type was a matter of personal preference, but psychic powers were a different story. Having them or not made an enormous difference. Let's find a corpse. I used my JAWS auxiliary system to check the airflow. Considering the temperature, humidity, and the condition of the dried-up nest, I estimated that I had been in the repair state for about a day. By now, post-mortem rigidity should be in progress, and I needed to consume the body quickly before it began to decay. The more damage to the corpse, the harder it would be for me to acquire the genetic essence intact. Let's start with the corpse. I decided to leave the nest recovery for later and prioritize obtaining the traits. I exited the refrigeration room. The first place to go is the bathroom. There should be traces of where Kaisaragi went in that direction. I followed those. As I headed toward the bathroom, I found myself detouring into the hallway. There were areas where I couldn't navigate with my enlarged body. Maybe it's because it's nighttime, but there's no one around. The auxiliary systems that had grown to tentacle-like proportions were not just longer, but had also become more intricate. Although the range hadn't expanded, they had become more detailed. No human presence was detected within a 50-meter radius. The only movement was the mumbling of people sleeping soundly in their beds in the bedrooms. Beyond a fork in the hallway, my auxiliary systems alerted me that guards were stationed in front of the bathroom. I could sense the vibrations in the air they created with their yawning. The guards who had been on duty all night showed signs of fatigue. Not the right time now. The fact that the enemy's condition wasn't normal was an advantage for me, but their numbers were too many. Besides, I had already traced the traces of corpse. I decided to save dinner for later and moved in a different direction. I continued down the corridor, following the traces. Except for the hallway in front of key facilities, there were no surveillance cameras, so I could proceed without being monitored. As I walked, I entered an area where the ventilation duct expanded. I crawled up toward the ceiling. Even as the location changed, my senses didn't miss the scent of the body. While I was crawling, the smell of meat wafted up from below. The mortuary, the place where the deceased were laid to rest. The space where the dead found their final peace was right below me. It's an era where life isn't valued. Nowadays, no one feels repulsed by purchasing human lives with money. The interesting thing is that even in such a dystopian society, we still have a culture that honors the dead. They're preserving these bodies that could simply be discarded in a space like this. In the mortuary, 2 bodies I created are laid to rest. If there were no guardians, I would have gone down and devoured them right away. 3 outside, 1 inside. Perhaps because 2 people have died, the armament of the guards outside wasn't ordinary. All 3 of them were in reinforced suits. Alone, I could have taken them on, but 3 would be too much. If the fight dragged on, more of their comrades would gather, so it's best to avoid combat with them. The person inside is a civilian. Seeing the smell of disinfectant and formaldehyde emanating from a body, it seemed that the opponent was a doctor. He had earphones plugged into his ears and was listening to music. Is there any way other than a surprise attack? The problem was that the doctor's face was facing the direction of the ventilation ducts. No matter how much he was blocking his ears, if I went down like this, I would be caught immediately. I need to divert his attention. Disrupting prey is also a basic hunting tactic. Luckily, I had just learned a new ability, so I should try using it. First, I moved to a different spot. The doctor's vision didn't reach there. With my forearm, I lightly scraped a forearm where the doctor's sight couldn't reach. Black blood oozed out from a thin wound. Droplets of blood fell onto the alloy plate, and the alloy plate emitted a pungent smoke. The acidic blood trait. It's one of the abilities I acquired automatically when I evolved into a metamorph form. It's a trait that damages nearby enemies by acidifying blood. Both the enhanced exoskeleton and acidic blood may seem defensive, but the true value of this trait lies elsewhere. It's useful for infiltration and armor destruction. It's stronger in acidity than chemical weapons, so it can easily dissolve alloy structures. It can be used to melt the enemy's armor at the beginning of the battle or to infiltrate the enemy's base or spaceship. What's that smell? The doctor reacted to the pungent gas emitted by the melting ceiling. He pinched his nose and turned his head repeatedly. Why is that? His gaze reached the ceiling with holes. The acidic liquid was now melting even the stainless steel cart. The doctor stood up from his seat and approached the melting cart. The fruit was ripe enough. It had to be harvested before it rotted. I opened the ventilation duct and jumped down. Due to the smell and his earphones, the doctor couldn't perceive my movements. Landing gracefully on the floor, I slowly got up. Acid solution? Where's it leaking from? Realizing that the smell was toxic gas, the doctor quickly covered his mouth and nose with his coat. While he was staring up at the messed-up ceiling, I got closer and closer to him. Security? Ugh. When he turned around, I was right in front of him. Although he was taller than me, he couldn't feel the difference at all. He was overwhelmed by my appearance. A chitinous exoskeleton that shone as black as the abyss of space. For gigantic arms long enough to touch the ground when extended and thick, powerful legs. A tail so strong it could penetrate through alloys. Jaws powerful enough to crush human bones as if they were nothing. Before him stood a creature that seemed to have emerged from the depths of a nightmare, a profound and eerie terror. The creature's mouth opened, independent of its will. He could feel air rising from the lungs, attempting to rush through the vocal cords, as if it wanted to escape. He tried to scream, but failed. A tail, almost a meter long, was now lodged in his mouth. The sharp stinger pierced through his tongue and into the back of his skull. Gee. His body trembled, shaking in the wind like a weed. Foam flowed continuously from his mouth, staining the once white gown he wore with the evidence of a fading life. His dilated pupils gradually returned to normal, life draining from his fear-filled eyes. The prey had died in this manner. Withdrawing its tail, the creature gently placed the lifeless doctor on the ground. Fortunately, the guard stationed at the door seemed oblivious to the murder that had just occurred. Their movements remained unchanged. It wasn't a hunt I was counting on, but it was successful. To be honest, it wasn't a bad outcome. Thanks to this, the count of prey had increased to 3. Leaving the doctor's body behind, the creature began searching for Kaisaragi. Most of the refrigerators for storing corpses were empty. After all, in a place like this, little more than a research vessel, how often would people die? Finding her wasn't too difficult. On a cold cart lay the lifeless body of Kaisaragi Yujin. Her severed head and neck remained attached. It didn't take much to guess the reason. She must be in noble capital. They wouldn't allow anyone to touch the bodies. Chemical processing could potentially damage a corpse, so it made sense that the doctors would leave them as they were. The creature reached out and lifted her severed neck. With her eyes closed, she appeared to be peacefully asleep. Seeing her like this, it felt strange, a peculiar emotion. No matter how much I've adapted to space survival, I'm still a typical college student preparing for graduation. Yet here I am, having killed a person. Is that all? I'm about to eat a person too, and yet I feel no guilt whatsoever. They say there's evil in every human's heart. Has my environment changed, and with it, myself? Have I become this ruthless killing machine? My true nature? There's no use thinking about it. After all, apologizing for killing 3 people and saying, "I'm sorry," won't make them leave me alone in the first place. To stay alive, I have to keep killing. That's how a morph survives, and it's the way I need to adapt. Let's eat for now. Having completed my evolution, I was quite hungry. Thinking about it with a corpse already in front of me was pointless. I opened my flexible jaw wide. Like an anaconda, My gaping maw swallowed the human head whole. Sharp teeth tore through flesh, and my crushing force, which could bend steel, shattered the skull. The already non-functional brain was crushed, and brain matter oozed out. Tastes good. As expected, it was an extraordinary taste. I felt like a fool for hesitating so much about killing people. Life is like eating lobster. Once you crack the thick and sturdy skull, the tender meat inside flows smoothly down the throat. The two eyes, of which there are only two, burst like cherries on a cake, delivering an exquisite flavor. The hair was a bit rough, but I considered that part to be a matter of personal preference. All in all, the taste of a human head was quite interesting. It was naturally delicious, but how could I describe it compared to a cat? A different dimension of flavor. That seemed like an appropriate way to put it. What I mean is, a cat can be compared to a franchise fast food restaurant. It's a form that competes with a taste that has been rigorously tested and validated through strict experiments. It's closer to a stimulating taste that immediately captivates your brain. But humans are different. Like a seasoned chef who has spent years preparing a dish, the taste is complex. Just as a craftsman puts his life into his cooking, humans are the same. Since their entire life is absorbed into them, their taste can't be simple. I finished eating the head in one go, and the hunger, like a stamp imprinted by my species, urged me on. I had to finish all the remaining bodies. I continued to devour the remaining parts of her, following my instincts. The body feels different. When I tore off a leg and bit into it, the ratio of muscle to fat was fantastic. The cat I had eaten before had a muscle-to-fat ratio close to 1:9, but Kaisaragi had a more suitable ratio for consumption. It was as if someone had genetically engineered her to perfection. The skin and muscles were firm and chewy, providing the joy of eating, while the bones were hard, offering a satisfying crunch. The organs in the abdomen were as soft as well-cooked tomatoes. As I was enjoying my meal, I chewed on something foreign in my mouth. I spat it out onto my palm, and it turned out to be a small, button-shaped mechanical device. Did this come from her heart? I couldn't tell if it was a heart rate monitor or some other kind of machine. It didn't seem like something you'd typically find, but maybe her heart had a problem. I didn't pay much attention to it and crushed the device underfoot. Afterward, nothing artificial came out of her body. Just like when I ate the cat, I left no trace of blood. Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained psychic organ genetic essence from human biological traits. The psychic organ has been obtained. Would you like to apply the psychic organ? Of course. A psychic organ, as expected. Kaisaragi Yujin had the psychic power trait, just as I had anticipated. Among other races, excluding cults and some species, the use of psychic power requires a psychic organ. Why does it have to be a psychic organ? A morph was one of the species that could use psychic powers without a psychic organ. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my enhanced sensory abilities, and I would have died quickly. But now, the psychic organ trait Kaisaragi gave me was essentially a dud. Well, let's not think negatively. You can't fill up on just one bite. Most of the time, things don't work out as well as you expect. Since I needed to secure my types, I decided to think positively about it. When I chose to accept, a signal came from the back of my head. There was a sound of flesh tearing, and something sprang out from the inside. As I explored the large arm around the back of my head, it turned out to be a cluster of small tentacles. Amorphous psychic organ took the form of tentacles, unlike humans. So this is what Amorphous looks like. It's fascinating. Even when playing the game, I had never obtained a psychic organ. It was a rule not to collect unnecessary traits. Who knows, though? You never know what might happen in this world. Maybe the psychic organ would luckily fuse with other traits to become useful. Considering the precedent of the predator sense. After fiddling with the tentacles for a moment, I decided to focus on my dinner again. When I opened the compartment where Kaisaragi was stored, there was the body of a security guard. He had died protecting Kaisaragi, and now he was my dinner. I pulled out the body and took a big bite. Ugh. The taste of the security guard was subtle. It wasn't that it tasted bad or anything, but it was just plain delicious compared to Kaisaragi, who had the taste of a cat with rich juices flowing. I wasn't sure why there was such a difference, but I decided to appreciate it for its energy supply. The abundance of mussels might have contributed to the enjoyable chewing sensation, making it feel like I was eating intestines. While I was eating the security guard, I heard a noise from outside. The battered auxiliary device wriggled and decoded what was happening outside. The security guard is changing shifts. There didn't seem to be many reinforced suits on board the ship, so the guards were passing them to the newcomers. I had obtained valuable information that there were few reinforced suits available, but a problem arose. The doctor will change shifts too, right? It had been about 40 minutes since I started eating kaiseraji. If someone came in to change shifts, they would surely notice that the doctor was missing. Soldiers were standing outside, and someone was disappearing inside. It was suspicious by anyone's standards. We are in the age of space travel now, in a world where there were as many unknown extraterrestrial beings as there were stars in the sky. How would people react to this situation? They'll probably think there's a monster in the same space as them. It wasn't desirable for people to be suspicious. If someone thought they were being targeted, their natural instinct would be to heighten their guard. I'm not strong enough to engage in a full-scale battle with the enemy yet. Until I became stronger, suspicion should fall on the other crew members, not me. As I contemplated the doctor's body, a cart entered my field of view. Smoke was rising from the cart, which was now unrecognizable due to the corrosive blood. Smoke! Coincidentally, I was in the mortuary where various chemicals, including embalming agents, were stored. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to mind. It was a very useful method to not only survive, but also torment the crew members while overcoming my crisis. Once the decision was made, all that remained was action. I had spent 2 days observing and investigating the cat's daily routine. After thorough analysis, I came to one conclusion: truly an emperor. I'd wager that even the captain of this ship wasn't as comfortable as this cat. For 6 days, I had been observing the crew, and most of them had a below-average standard of living. For example, the meal menu consisted mainly of low-cost foods, such as synthetic meat and genetically modified grains, with no other advantages. On the other hand, this cat eats only meat every day thanks to its excellent owner. And not just any meat, but freshly butchered, high-quality meat. This ship had an agricultural area responsible for farming and livestock. It was a place designed to provide gourmet cuisine to the ship's elite and visiting dignitaries, and they were sparingly offering such precious meat to a mere cat. Seeing this, Kaiseraji Yujin is definitely not an ordinary person. She might be a Martian aristocrat, a prime capital of the Megacorp, or perhaps both. Both were powerful factions within the Megacorp, each exerting dominance over a planetary region. Troublesome social classes. Both classes had extremely high levels of pride and never forgot any grudges. Even the smallest grievances would be remembered, and they would later seek ruthless revenge, often many times over. This had made playing the game quite challenging. Even if I were to kill someone other than Kaiseraji Yujin and escape from the ship, she wouldn't forget me. She would somehow find me and try to kill me. Another reason to kill her. In any case, her status as an owner was one thing. But the crucial question was how to kill that cat. Meow. The cat yawned as if bored. Looking at it lounging on the top-grade cushion, there was no other like it. This was Kaiseraji Yujin's bedroom. I was currently in the ventilation duct connected to the wall near the bedroom floor. I had been watching that lazy creature through the mesh for a while, and the sight of it being so sluggish made me sigh involuntarily. It looks dull, so killing it shouldn't be too difficult. Unlike dogs, cats had retained their wild instincts even after becoming domesticated livestock. They were also naturally excellent hunters, so I expected it to be a formidable opponent for someone like me, who was merely in the hatchling stage. Of course, I wouldn't win in a fight, but significant bleeding was inevitable. However, seeing it in person made me realize that I was worrying unnecessarily. Looking at its chubby belly, I couldn't help but think it would be delicious more than anything else. The problem is that it's too lazy. Most of its time was spent rolling around on that cushion. Except when eating or going for a walk in the garden with its owner, it didn't move at all. Still, I can't kill it right here. The amusing fact was that this place had better security than the cargo hold. To the naked eye, the ventilation duct I was in appeared no different from other areas. However, with my heightened senses, I could tell that the bedroom's owner paid extra attention to security, to the extent that it might seem obsessive-compulsive. Laser signal transmitters installed throughout the area were monitoring for illegal intruders. What if I were to enter the room? The AI would immediately inform the guards outside about the presence of an unknown intruder. Then I'd be finished. They wouldn't even need to use a gun. The guards would kick me, and my insides would explode, killing me instantly. So I'm stuck here. The cat itself seemed easy to deal with, but the process of approaching it unexpectedly proved to be quite tricky. In irritation, I carelessly shook my tail. Oh, when my tail hit the wall of the ventilation duct, making a noise, the cat's ears perked up. Meow. The cat sprang up, rushing towards exactly where I was. Despite being overweight, its movements were quite agile. As the cat's body collided with the mesh, the laser signal transmitters activated. I could feel the guards outside the door stiffening in response. I couldn't stay here any longer. I gave the scratching cat a brief glance and then retreated from my position. Immediately after I left, the guards stormed into the room. What's going on? What came in? Ugh, the cat's causing trouble again. Just leave it. Ignoring the grumbling voices of the guards, I returned to my nest. I can't believe I made such a mistake. I had come close to putting my life in danger. I couldn't believe I had been so careless. Could it be that this comfortable nest had gotten into my head? Has my body become numb to stimuli because of the comfort? Tempting the cat with my tail? I must be out of my mind. Wait a minute. While I was berating myself, something popped into my head. Fragments of ideas began to emerge randomly, like puzzle pieces falling into place. I methodically organized the thoughts that were coming to me like a jigsaw puzzle. The cat looked bored, provocation, the reaction of the guards. These were the three key elements. Finally, I had a clue about how to approach and conquer that cat. Cat Caesar was once again spending its time on top of the cushion. When it first left its homeland for this metal monstrosity that reeked of hostility, Caesar couldn't believe it. It scolded its owner, Kaisaraji Eugen, with solemn eyes, but she just ignored its complaints, wearing a somewhat apologetic expression. Caesar was greatly disappointed, but its suffering didn't end there. Its sleeping arrangements were far from comfortable, and the food it received was pitiful. For someone who had lived its entire life eating the finest beef and freshly caught fish, the meals on the ship were unbearable. In fact, Caesar might have fasted for the day, because its owner had knelt down and pleaded desperately. Caesar had no choice but to eat the miserable meat. Before long, Caesar had perfectly adapted to the new environment, making its initial resistance seem trivial. Life on the ship, where there was almost no change, suited its lazy personality well. Caesar stretched in boredom. It was too lazy to move around much, but it wasn't lacking in feline curiosity. Is there anything interesting happening today? Just as it thought so, it heard a rustling sound from beyond the ventilation duct. Raising its head to investigate, Caesar realized the sound was coming from the passage where the wind was blowing. Come to think of it, not long ago, something strange had appeared there and caught its attention. Caesar slowly got up. Last time, it had rushed over hastily and missed whatever unknown presence there was. This time, it promised itself it wouldn't miss it. It cautiously approached. As it got closer to the entrance of the passage, it saw a small object. It was a cockroach, partially severed in half. Despite having no chance of survival, the bug was wriggling and trying to escape. Seeing this, Caesar felt its long-dormant predator instincts awakening. Almost involuntarily, it pounced on the cockroach. With its front paws, Caesar toyed with the cockroach until it stopped moving. As Caesar watched the lifeless insect, it felt an unfamiliar emotion. Kaisaraji's ship. Was the captain Yuziong Samuel? Yes. Then it's closer to Saturn, right? That's where the Samuel family has influence. The Samuels were a primate capital that held sway over Mars. While they couldn't compete with the noble capitals, they still vied for the position of megacorp's rulers. Then, could it be Eden's plan? No, Eden's heir is a coward. He doesn't have the courage to challenge the Eugen family like that. The heir he mentioned is the current head of the Eden family, known in society as the Tiger of Mars. He was considered a lesser figure compared to Akira, who held such an imposing presence. The butler was aware of the fact that while the head of the Eden family was assassinated twice, Akira assumed the role of the Yujin family's master. Therefore, the butler could confidently assert that the old man before him had the right to make such a statement. If it's not Eden, then who could it be? Oh, well, what do you think? I think it might have been TNC's doing. The butler replied promptly. Akira seemed to like this response, and his eyes crescented in approval. We seem to be on the same page. TNC and Eden may seem to be at odds over Jupiter's dominion, but they are secretly working together. After all, Eden's credits come from TNC. The butler didn't show it, but he was internally shocked. He had only been speculating, and he had no idea that the two parties had actually formed an alliance. The fact that TNC, the rulers of Earth, and Eden, the Martian nobility, had joined forces was a top-secret matter, known to only a handful of people aside from the heads of the two families. Unfortunately, Akira was one of those who knew. That snake-like brat probably plans to dominate the board before the council meeting. You must know that, too. Akira handed Butler a blood-soaked towel. Yes, TNC's family head, Samdam Chemblin, is eyeing your position, my lord. I see. That audacious little punk. It seems he's not afraid to target me. The situation seemed quite entertaining to Akira, who burst into laughter while covered in blood. The butler, who had been silently waiting, remained unfazed. He had seen Akira's actions for decades and felt no emotion now. Akira suddenly stopped laughing, as if his previous mirth had been a lie. His face was devoid of any expression. That's right, that arrogant little brat. He must be planning to outmaneuver me before the council meeting. We have the rightful claim, so let us strike first. Inform everyone in the family. Yes, and for the first time, life returned to Akira's emotionless face as his eyes lit up. Anyone who has damaged my assets should be killed. Yuziong Samuel of the Samuel family, and anyone even remotely related to his ship. Bring them all to me. Yes, there's a shadow infiltrator near C-08. Contact them and take care of it. Understood. The term shadow startled the butler. Shadow referred to a special unit directly under the family head, made up of genetically modified mutants with extreme enhancements, known for their immense combat abilities and ruthless efficiency. It looks like a storm is brewing. Once the shadows were deployed, the fate of Yuziong Samuel and his subordinates was sealed. The future held nothing but a gruesome destiny for them, to the point where death might be considered a mercy. With a small measure of consolation sent to those somewhere out there in the cosmos, the butler quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, on some distant corner of Earth, a massive war and ruthless slaughter were unfolding. On Samuel's ship, chaos reigned due to an unexpected disaster. What the hell is going on here? Samuel was on the verge of collapsing. Before him lay what used to be the mortuary, but now only ashes remained in the place where it had been. A sudden fire had razed it to the ground. The crisis management officer summoned his subordinates. What the hell happened? You see, under the sharp gaze of the crisis management officer, the soldiers nervously explained what they had witnessed. We smelled something strange inside, sir, and saw smoke coming out. So we decided to investigate. Is that so? According to the soldiers, during their watch, they had detected an unusual smell and smoke emanating from inside. As they were not supposed to enter except for the doctor, they had waited for a relief doctor to arrive. As time passed and the smoke didn't dissipate, the soldiers reluctantly opened the door and entered. What greeted them was not the doctor, but a raging fire. I don't understand. How can there be a fire in a place where there's only corpses? What happened here? The chief of the medical team, who had arrived late, was shocked at the scene. Seeing the state of their captain, who was unable to respond, the crisis management officer briefly explained the situation. Having heard the story, the medical officer stiffened his expression. It's possible that the chemical compounds stored in the morgue ignited, but it's highly unusual for a fire of this magnitude to occur. What do you mean? The medical team leader sealed his lips cautiously glancing around. Artificial fire. Just as the medical officer had said, if there was an arsonist among the crew, the situation was grave. Moreover, the intent to set fire to the place where the research team leader's remains were stored was glaringly suspicious. Let's start by examining the bodies. That's a good idea. After extinguishing the fire, the soldiers took out the bodies. The medical officer meticulously examined the charred remains. This person was one of the team members working overtime. Checking from the upper body to the head was particularly difficult due to severe burns, but they could identify the subordinate by the ring on their hand. As the medical officer contemplated the bitterness of the subordinate's death, he completed the autopsy of the remaining bodies. Then, he realized that someone was missing. Are all the bodies here? Yes. Why do you ask? The medical officer moved to another location with the captain and other officers. He revealed that some of the bodies were missing, a fact that others couldn't bear to hear. The security guard and the research team leader's bodies are missing? Yes. They didn't just walk away on their own. Is there any possibility of that happening? Medical officer, did you see it correctly? I double-checked it several times. Only 2 bodies are missing. Following the death of the research officer, now a mysterious arson case had unfolded. Someone from within is attacking us. That fact crossed everyone's minds. Not ghosts, but could it be unidentified extraterrestrial life forms on board? Hey, is this some kind of joke? Stop with the nonsense. It's just a suggestion. What's got the material management officer so worked up? It's nothing. More importantly, the biggest problem is the missing body of the research officer. Didn't we agree to rendezvous with pirates at C-08? The question raised by someone was met with a visibly concerned expression from Samuel. If they lost Kaisaraji's body as well, he would have no cards left to play. Samuel urgently ordered, "We must find the body at all costs. Do you understand? Shouldn't we focus on finding the culprit first? Damn it, this isn't just my problem. If you're worried about Noble Capital's retaliation, then cooperate as much as possible." Samuel's words were correct. Kaisaraji Yujin's death was inevitable, but not being able to secure the body left no room for excuses. At the very least, they had to keep the body intact, or else a future more dreadful than death awaited them. Crisis Management Officer. Yes, Captain. Did you try contacting them? Yes, as soon as the meeting ended. Damn it, let's not talk about this. Just make sure the body is transferred properly. Are you sure? If we found it and can't figure out how to handle it, that's also a problem. Just make sure to find it before the rendezvous. It was a risky gamble, but the crisis management officer didn't point that out. Samuel might not know, but he had different thoughts in mind. Like an assassin concealing a dagger in their bosom, he nodded with an emotionless face. Following the crisis management officer, Samuel summoned the officer of the security team. The security officer was visibly shaken because he was not without responsibility for the messed up situation. Samuel placed both hands on his shoulders. You know, we have to catch the culprit. I'm already doing my best. Your best isn't enough. You have permission to search all the crew members if you need to. Find the culprit, and I'll delegate all authority concerning this matter. Although the captain offered to transfer all authority, the security officer's expression remained grim. Can we really catch them? He wasn't confident, but he couldn't admit it. Very well, we will definitely find them. I trust you. The security officer reluctantly responded with a show of confidence. While everyone was in a state of confusion, the culprit who had caused this situation from the ceiling vent was silently observing them. As the officers dispersed, it followed one of them discreetly. Things have worked out very well. A way to hide my identity and disrupt the enemies, that was the fire. Setting fire to the chemical compounds inside the morgue was an act almost unimaginable for an extraterrestrial being. Of course, they might find it suspicious since no one from the outside came in, but they wouldn't suspect it was done by a human. They wouldn't doubt themselves. After consuming the security guard's body entirely, I collected the chemicals inside the morgue. Dropping a few drops of acidic blood onto the toxic substances, the flames quickly erupted. Enhanced exoskeletons are fire-resistant. The flames enveloped my body, but I hardly felt the heat. I calmly passed through the fire and ascended to the morgue ceiling. I waited a little away from the morgue, and people began to gather. The fire had quickly been extinguished, but most of what was inside had turned into ashes. The bodies had been well taken care of, but there was one moment when things nearly got dangerous. I can't believe they brought up the topic of extraterrestrial life forms. I thought my cover would be blown thanks to the perceptive officer, but it got buried thanks to the material management officer's outrage. After that, the captain and the officers kept pouring out important information, not realizing I was listening. Pirates, huh? The captain has really lost it. Space dogs, I know them well. It's a coalition of various species who engage in piracy, self-proclaimed conquerors of the cosmos, yet labeled as cosmic trash by others. They occasionally take on mercenary work, but they'll betray you at the slightest provocation. Sometimes it's said that trusting space dogs is worse than trusting a morph, who doesn't make any sense. Speculation suggests that the captain planned the docking to shift the blame for Kaiseragi's death onto the pirates. If he had known a bit more about the space dogs, he would never have made such a choice. It doesn't seem like the captain made that foolish decision himself. Someone must have influenced him. It seems like the crisis management officer was leading it. I should keep an eye on him. Perhaps he's in cahoots with the pirates. What should I do if the pirates attack this ship? It's not all good or all bad. There are pros and cons. One advantage is that the space dogs are composed of various species, so the range of genetic essences I can obtain is broader. If the pirates were to raid the research ship, I could easily acquire various genetic essences. The downside is that the genetic essences I can obtain from the research ship will be reduced. I don't know how many people are on the pirate side, but from what I've seen, the chances of this research ship winning are slim. Even the soldiers on guard are in a situation where they've had to put on their reinforced suits, so they won't be able to defeat the pirates, who are treating looting and fighting as if they were eating. Most of the crew will die in battle, and then my intake of genetic essences will decrease. Let's put this part on hold. I'll probably need to assess the pirates' level before making a judgment. While lost in thought, the meeting ended. Everyone went back to their tasks, but my super senses detected something unusual. That person, the material management officer, who strongly denied my presence, seemed off in some way. He appeared fine on the outside, but something was amiss inside. His heartbeat was faster than the others, and cold sweat dripped from the hidden areas of his clothing. These were typical symptoms of nervousness. Why was he so nervous? He couldn't possibly have anything to do with this situation. I was initially going to return to my nest, but I became intrigued. I followed behind the material management officer. Even as he walked, he constantly glanced behind him. Why would he react like that unless he's hiding something? He continued to walk cautiously, and then he stopped in front of the cargo hold. Cargo container? The officer hesitated for a few minutes in front of the cargo container. After confirming that no one was coming, he entered the password. As the door opened, he entered briskly, as if he didn't want anyone to see him. While there was a cargo container manager, it wasn't unusual for the material management officer to know the password due to his position. But why hide something like this? It would have been more natural to enter confidently rather than being so cautious. He didn't emerge from the cargo container for over 30 minutes. When I tracked the officer's movements using auxiliary sensors, I noticed that he was repeatedly wandering around the cargo container. After an hour of seemingly meaningless actions, he left the cargo container. I decided to enter the empty cargo container. Dust and the smell of metal mixed in the air. The rough, grating-style floor beneath my feet replaced the smooth alloy plates I had walked on earlier. Maybe due to my increased size, each step I took produced a noticeable sound. It seemed that hunting cockroaches would no longer be possible. Well, now I might have to resort to eating humans or livestock. With my increased size came greater strength, but it also meant increased energy consumption. I began to trace the remnants left by the officer, his sweat, the foreign substances stuck to his feet, and the traces they left behind served as my guide. The place where he had stayed the longest was in front of a particular container. I'll need an ID card and fingerprint recognition for this. Containers seemingly connected to the officer had a higher level of security compared to others that only required the caretaker's ID card. It's not even detectable with my enhanced senses. The walls seemed considerably thick, and even with my enhanced auxiliary sensors, I couldn't determine what was inside. One thing was clear. The officer was hiding something important. My curiosity grew with every moment. Should I make the material management officer my next target? Originally, I had planned to target the chief medical officer. However, considering the current situation, it didn't seem easy. They would undoubtedly be extremely cautious, knowing more about the suspicious deaths of their subordinates than anyone else. In that case, it might be easier to focus on an easier target. The cargo container manager and the entire material management team seemed to be acting strangely. If that were the case, even if the officer disappeared, would no one suspect anything? That became my new goal. Officer, please stop drinking now. Just one more drink, just one more. Why are you acting so differently today? Lately, the material management officer didn't seem to be living his usual life. In addition to his material management duties, he had a small side business, obtaining prohibited organisms from the black market and selling them to the upper echelons. Before boarding the ship, he had acquired something from the black market, an unusual egg not registered in the Megacorp database. He had dealt with all sorts of rare animals, but this was the first time he had seen an egg like this. According to the cult merchant who sold it, it was an egg obtained from a forgotten ancient ruin. Ancient creatures, damn. Regardless of its origin, he smelled money. After buying the egg, he contacted his trading partner, who also showed immediate interest. They agreed to make the trade on a planet where the research ship would dock midway. He secretly loaded the egg onto the ship. Until then, he believed that everything would work out well. Until the mortuary fire incident happened. When he heard the words uttered by a certain officer as if passing by, he couldn't help but wonder. The words suggesting the misdeeds of extraterrestrial creatures. He immediately went to the cargo container to check. The container door was slightly ajar, and inside, one of the eggs that should have been quietly sleeping was empty. Damn, I should have checked it earlier. After boarding the ship, he had only checked the eggs once to see if they were all right. If only he had properly closed the container door that day. Even if the egg hatched, nothing would have happened. No, more than that. If he hadn't been drinking that day, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. Alcohol is the enemy. Alcohol. Captain, let's go in now. Because of one missed door inspection, 3 people had perished. Moreover, among the deceased was a noble capital. Even though the monster that had awakened from the egg and killed people was probably still roaming the ship, the officer couldn't go anywhere to complain. Before the retaliation of noble capital, he was terrified that the captain might lose his sanity and try to kill him. That's why the officer spent every night drowning his fears in alcohol. Sigh. His team members shook their heads and left the bar. The bartender next to him licked his lips. I'll close the door. Just one more drink. Just one more, and then I'll go. With each gulp of synthetic alcohol, his torment was diluted. While he claimed that alcohol was his enemy, his body remained as usual. In the end, the officer, once again, left the bar in a drunken state. Damn, what's bothering me so much? The officer muttered a curse mixed with a tremor. The corridor he stood alone and was locked in silence. Except for the faint vibrations generated by the ship's atomic reactor, which served as the heart of the ship, there was almost no other sound. It was because night had arrived upon the ship. In space, the concept of day and night didn't exist, but human ships artificially created night at certain times for the crew's rest. The research ship led by Captain Samuel was no exception, so an artificial night had descended upon the ship. Stumbling through the silence, the officer walked. It was a corridor he had always walked, but today it felt strangely unfamiliar. Was it because of the alcohol? In a familiar space, he felt an unknown chill. Beyond the bright corridor lights, a terrible danger seemed to lurk, pressing him with an ominous premonition. Ah, for fuck's sake. The officer denied his own premonition, and with a tongue-tied curse, he headed for his quarters. In the corridor, made of high-strength composite panels with no gap in sight, the sound of his shoes echoed. His ears caught an unfamiliar sound. At first, he thought it was the sound of his own footsteps, but it was different. It was too faint for a human. It was like a soft, low sound, as if a wild beast were tiptoeing to hide its footsteps. An eerie feeling washed over the officer, and he stopped in his tracks. As he did, the footsteps following him abruptly ceased. The corridor enveloped in silence. The officer shivered all over. Something unknown was following him. "Who's there?" he shouted, but there was no answer. It felt like someone had forcefully poured cold water over him. He sobered up instantly and quickened his pace. His shoes made a discordant noise as they struck the hard metal floor. Step by step, the eerie footsteps following him seemed to quicken. Thud, 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 thud. What the hell is this? He didn't know if it was a prank by one of his team members. Even if it wasn't a team member, there could have been a way to confront whoever was playing this disgusting trick head-on. But he didn't. From a corner of his alcohol-clouded mind, a feeling was screaming at him. Never confront that presence. After turning the corner in the corridor, the officer glanced back for a moment. The officer saw it clearly. A shadow with a long tail reminiscent of a snake passed by in an instant. This damn thing. It was it. An extraterrestrial creature that killed people. The space killer that had devoured the research officer and the security guard had set its sights on him. The officer's movements became frantic. Thanks to the alcohol in his system, his legs felt sluggish. His appearance resembled a deer shot by an arrow, fleeing. Damn, 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 damn. His face was a mess of saliva, tears, and mucus. His clothes had long since been soaked with cold sweat, rendering them ineffective. A light, popping sound. The footsteps of it behind him became audible. The once faint sound had grown loud enough to mix with his own breath. The approaching presence of it from behind became more distinct. A growl, not of human origin, licked his spine. Despite his intoxicated state, the chilling sensation was unmistakable, as if it were etched into his brain. The officer wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The moment he made even the slightest noise, it seemed ready to pounce. Arriving in front of his room at last, he hastily entered the access code. He had never entered the keypad this quickly since boarding the ship. Damn it! Open up! Finally, the door opened, and he rushed into the room. As he closed the door, it vibrated as if struck by something. The impact sent the officer sprawling to the floor. He lay there frozen. Behind the door, there was no sound, as if the previous shock had been a lie. The officer could feel it. It was still outside. "TH the phone. I need to call." With great effort, he regained his composure and thought of the emergency phone installed in his bedroom. Due to his tension, his legs didn't respond as they should, making him crawl like a cripple. Then it happened. A sound that should never have reached his ears. Beep. His head turned back towards the door like a puppet on a string. It is entering the access code. Beep, 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 beep. A cheerful alert sounded out of place as the door lock was released and the door opened slowly. The hunt had been easy. Well, could even be called a hunt. He had merely cornered someone who was too drunk to think straight. His routine is so simple, it was easy. After observing him for 2 days, the daily life of the materials management officer was identical down to the last detail. He spent his days idling away in the materials management room and stayed up all night drinking at the bar within the ship. With a superior as pathetic as this, the team members didn't care about where he was or what he was doing. I wonder if Captain Samuel knows his subordinate is embezzling his salary. He should be thankful to me. I'm reducing the number of people wasting their salaries. Thanks to that, I'm doing well. Originally, I had planned to wait for about 3 or 4 days, but there was no need for that. I decided to attack him while he was still intoxicated. Today, just like any other day, he had wasted his time at the bar. I had already confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras from the bar to the materials management officer's room. All that remained was to enjoy the leisurely hunt. I deliberately didn't ambush him. Just occasionally showing myself briefly was enough to make him follow my lead. It was frustrating that he was slow in fleeing due to the alcohol, but other than that, everything was satisfying. After desperately running, he hid in the room. A titanium-based, ultra-high-strength alloy door that even a laser weapon couldn't penetrate separated him and me. He's probably feeling safe, thinking that the door, made of titanium, will protect him. That's not wrong. Using my thumb, I read the fingerprints on the keypad. The materials management officer never intended this, but he was now little more than a guest who had received an invitation. The door opened very easily, and inside there was a terrified face. A civilian with no weapons had no chance of resisting an amorph. I'll enjoy this. The materials management officer's taste was honestly mediocre. There was plenty of fat, but the strong scent of alcohol made it hard to taste anything else. Of course, I'm not a picky eater, so I ate everything except the thumb I needed for fingerprint recognition. Where's the ID card? I wondered, scanning the room. A stainless steel bed with a seemingly comfortable mattress was against the wall. There were cabinets and a desk nearby. Oh, a partially torn female poster adorned the wall. It might have been sexy, but my current state didn't register any feelings. I lost interest in the poster and approached the desk. A clutter of empty bottles and stacks of documents covered the worn-out desk. I should clean up before I head out. While sorting through the documents, an ID card slipped out. I had everything I needed. One hand held the ID card, and the other held my thumb firmly. I left the room. Should I go straight there? Now that I had everything I needed, I went to the cargo container. I approached the container in the cargo container and held my ID card up to the recognition panel. The red light on the terminal above the recognition panel turned green, and a message appeared instructing me to proceed. I pressed the recognition panel firmly with the materials management officer's thumb, and the door opened with a clunk. I wonder if there's anything good inside. As I stepped into the container, a cold chill passed through my body. Inside, there were several cryogenic tubes containing various kinds of organisms. So, this gentleman was a smuggler. If there had been any problems within the ship, he could have reported them to someone. But he had been muttering to himself alone, and I never expected there was such a hidden story. I looked around the cryogenic tubes, and among them, I saw something I recognized. Amorphous egg? There were 2 amorph eggs in the cryogenic tubes. One was tightly packed and plump, while the other was empty. An empty egg. The materials management officer had been searching for something with a puzzled expression. Could this be my body that came out of the egg? It seemed strange somehow. In the game, Amorphous' starting point was not a steel ship like this, but an unidentified ruin. He was trying to smuggle me. Judging from what was placed in the cryogenic chamber, it seemed that the materials management officer had intended to sell Amorphous eggs somewhere. Somewhere along the way, something happened, and one of the eggs hatched and escaped from the container. Perhaps shortly after escaping, my body's previous owner had died, and that's when my consciousness took over. I could easily guess why the previous owner had died. Since it had just been born, it must have lacked nutrients. Even eating cockroaches makes sense. No matter how much I liked Amorph, it wasn't easy to see a cockroach and immediately eat it with human sensibilities. Probably, it was instinctively done to survive. Seeing the traces left by the previous owner of this body somehow made me feel awkward. Even though it wasn't intentional, thanks to its struggles for survival, I could start in a relatively favorable situation. I bowed my head in front of the egg where Amorph was born. Regardless, the creature was already dead, and it wouldn't understand human gestures, but I just wanted to do it. Let's end the morning here. Human actions were over, and now it was time for Amorph-like actions. I opened the cryogenic tubes and began to consume another intact egg. I didn't spare any of the Amorph hatchlings that were inside. Amorph was hostile to all species, including its own kind. The one that hatches first eats the other eggs. Perhaps Amorph itself was the embodiment of extreme survival competition. When newly born, there were 2 advantages to consuming other hatchlings or eggs. One was that it could provide the necessary nutrients in its hatchling state, and the other was that it could quickly obtain Amorph's genetic essence. Strengthening traits like super sense through identical genetic essence is extremely helpful in the early stages. I had hoped to acquire genetic essence, but unfortunately, there was no notification of predation. Disappointed, I looked around, and another cryogenic tube came into my view. Come to think of it, there's quite a bit of prey here. The owner of the cryogenic tubes inside the container was inside my stomach. Since the smuggler had been the one dealing with smuggling, there would be no one else on this ship who knew about the existence of this container. That meant there would be no one to object, even if I consumed everything. I opened the cryogenic tubes and consumed the creatures inside one by one. Contrary to appearances, the materials management officer seemed to have done quite well as a smuggler, and there were many rare creatures. Thanks to that, I was able to obtain several rare genetic essences. Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: metamorph. Objective: survive. First evolution successful. Special traits: predator senses, fusion, wings, chitinous exoskeleton, robust vitality, neurotoxin glands, fusion, enhanced exoskeleton, acidic blood, psychic organ, enhanced angular momentum, mimicry. Type: undetermined. Currently, there are 2 potential specialized types. Physical enhancement type, 8/10. Psychic enhancement type, 2/3. Great. Only 2 more to go. To obtain the physical enhancement type, I only needed 2 more traits. When I consumed Kaisaragi, I was honestly a bit disappointed because I had hoped to gain psychic power abilities, but I ended up with a useless psychic organ. But now the materials management officer had given me such a valuable gift. Especially in a game scenario, obtaining powerful traits early on that would usually be available only in the mid to late game was a significant advantage. Among all the traits I possessed, this was the most effective one for killing the crew members. With this ability, I could be more proactive. While there was a strategy to hide and slowly choke out the crew members over an extended period, my encounter with the space dogs was approaching soon. I didn't know how dangerous they would be, so I needed to get stronger before that happened. Genetic essences wait for me. Even if I screamed in space, there would be no one to hear it. This research ship was no different. The pitiful cries of the crew members would be buried deep in that black abyss, never to be heard again. The usually quiet cargo container aboard the ship was bustling with activity, thanks to the technical team members. They were overwhelmed by the sudden increase in workload over the past few days. The order from above was to overhaul all the fighters. Hey, Scott, it's dinner time. Let's go grab some food. Just let me finish this. The blond man called out to the black-haired man working by the fighter. Scott, as he was known, put down his wrench and got up from his spot. How much longer do we have? It might take overtime. Oh, damn it. The 2 of them joined others on their way to the cafeteria. I still don't get it. What? Why are we tearing apart the planes as if we have a war to fight? Pincher, the blond man who was chewing on synthetic meat that resembled an eraser, furrowed his brow. Scott, do you always have to bring up work during meals? Isn't it strange, though? Pincher, you should think about it too. Here we go again. Scott, who never tired of spinning bizarre conspiracy theories, made Pincher sigh. What's the latest one? I've heard something. They're trying to capture metallic gremlins from above. Metallic gremlins? Pincher scoffed, as if it were absurd. Yeah, do you really think we can take down metallic gremlins if we encounter them? The high-ranking capital guys may be tough, but they're not stupid. Instead of fighting, they'll probably run away. You should listen to people until the end. Apparently, metallic gremlins are already on board. They know about it above, and they're determined to catch them. What? Have you noticed a strange smell in the air lately? They say it's the scent of metallic gremlins. This is unbelievable. Pincher shook his head as if it were ridiculous. It was true that there had been an unusual odor inside the ship lately. However, if the air were genuinely contaminated, the ship's AI would have reported it long ago. Pincher had never heard of any air quality issues until now. Just listen for a moment. Someone from the kitchen team said that people on board have been disappearing 1 or 2 at a time since last week. Now, what nonsense! He had entertained the idea, but it was just as he expected. Pincher couldn't believe Scott's baseless chatter. The ship had a crew of 222 people. It was not a large number, and if one person disappeared per day, it would hardly be noticeable. And are the people above idiots? There's no way they just sit still when their subordinates are disappearing. As Pincher mentioned, the higher-ups might be jerks, but they're not stupid. Pincher had tried to dismiss Scott's delusions, but there was someone who interjected into their conversation. It was Cameron, who was sitting next to them. I've heard similar stories too. They said the materials management officer went missing. Really? Yeah. Thanks to that, the cargo container manager got promoted to acting head. See, Pincher, I was right. Scott was delighted to have someone else agreeing with him. On the other hand, Pincher's expression twisted as if he had bitten into something sour. Fine. Let's say people are disappearing. Why are the higher-ups just sitting still? They say even the top brass knows everything, but they're hiding it to prevent the crew from panicking. Exactly, it's because of the metallic gremlins. Metallic or whatever. Even if they're causing trouble, what does it have to do with fighter maintenance? Cameron shrugged his shoulders. I don't know about that. I've only heard that people are disappearing. Well, are they trying to maintain discipline by manipulating the crew? Ugh, you're such a nutcase. That's just like you. Scott scratched his head with a foolish expression, and Pincher clicked his tongue. After dinner, the technical team members returned to their workstations. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was nighttime. One by one, team members left for home, and the spacious cargo container, which had been bustling earlier, fell silent as if all the commotion had been a lie. Scott and Pincher were wrestling in a corner, focusing on a fighter. Scott, I'm going to grab some late-night snacks. What do you want to eat? I'm good. If there's synthetic booze, bring that. Scott was busy undoing a screw under the fighter. The surroundings were so quiet, as if everyone had left for the day except for them. Scott, yeah. As he was changing a part, someone called him. Cameron, come here for a moment. I'm in the middle of something right now. It'll just take a moment. Scott was busy as hell, and Cameron's call was annoying. He had promised to give a piece of his mind to anyone who bothered him with something unimportant, and he reluctantly crawled out from under the fighter. In the spacious area, all he could see were fighters and toolboxes. Cameron was nowhere to be found. You call someone and then disappear? I'm right here. Come quickly. Cameron's voice popped up at the right moment, as if he were trying to inform Scott. In the maintenance bay? He was quite an irritating guy. Scott grumbled as he made his way to the maintenance bay. When he arrived at the bay, the lights were off. I stopped by here, didn't I? He cocked his head, wondering if he had been mistaken, but then he heard Cameron's voice from inside. Scott, over here. Why is it so dark in here, and what are you doing? I'm looking for something. Hurry up and help me. Scott pressed the switch in the maintenance bay, but it didn't turn on. It seemed like it had been turned off from the central control room, since it was late. He reluctantly took a flashlight from his belt. The bright light illuminated the dim interior of the maintenance bay. It wasn't a pleasant atmosphere. Shelves of metal parts were stacked with tools and seemed like they could spill at any moment. On the floor, there were discarded cigarette butts and dried synthetic alcohol stains, making it look quite filthy. Moreover, there was an odor in the maintenance bay. The air was filled with various unpleasant smells, such as the metallic scent of oil clinging to tools, the smell of solder from the soldering iron, and the stench of unwashed men. In the midst of this familiar yet repulsive scent, Scott sensed something strange. What's this smell? Being someone who handled metal parts every day, he could recognize it. In the air of the maintenance bay, there was a scent reminiscent of a metallic tang, but there was something else mixed in. Where the hell is this guy? I'm over here. This way. It was strange. The voice that had been coming from the door just moments ago was now coming from inside. Following the voice, he passed through the narrow space between metal shelves. In the pitch-black space, nothing could be seen without the flashlight. He was walking, relying on the light from his hand, and nearly stumbled. What the hell? Scott had stepped on something, which turned out to be a rolling screw. After regaining his balance with difficulty, he realized something important. Even he, containing the flashlight, couldn't see properly due to the darkness. If that was the case, what was Cameron doing in the pitch blackness? The conversation they had in the cafeteria earlier came to mind. The metallic gremlins roaming the ship and the missing crew members. With a trembling voice he didn't even realize he had, Scott called out to Cameron. See, Cameron? There was no response. Just as Scott was about to turn to flee, it appeared right in front of him. Scott. Fincher, who had brought some late-night snacks, found it strange that there was no one around the fighter. Although Scott was acting a bit strange, he was a friend who always diligently performed his duties. He never left his post when there was work to be done. Scott. Fincher called Scott loudly, and his colleague's name echoed in the quiet hangar. Over here. As if answering, his voice came from somewhere in the distance. Where are you? I brought synthetic alcohol. I'm in the maintenance bay. Come over here. The maintenance bay? Why did you go there again? I'm looking for something. Help me out. Correction. Scott was good at work, but he could be quite annoying in his personal life. Fincher grumbled as he headed for the maintenance bay. Why aren't the lights on? And what are you doing? I've got something to move. Help me. Ugh, you idiot. Seriously. Fincher entered the maintenance bay, containing a flashlight. In the dimly lit area behind the shelves, Scott's flashlight could be seen. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Scott was not there. Only the tools were left behind, abandoned. Why is this here? Fincher picked up Scott's flashlight. There was no sign of Scott anywhere in the vicinity. At that moment, a drop fell on the back of his neck. What's this? Thinking it might be a leak, he touched the back of his neck. The liquid that had fallen from above was warm and sticky. He examined the liquid on his palm with the flashlight. Blood. His palm was soaked in bright red. The liquid that had fallen from the ceiling was droplets of blood. Realizing this fact, he swallowed hard. His trembling flashlight pointed upward. And there it was. Dangling from the ceiling, containing Scott, was a creature that looked like a Galargon, a dragon from mythology. The mythical dragon was now tearing Scott apart and devouring him. The dragon reached out towards Fincher as its last memory before Scott was taken away. Since that day, no one had seen those 3 members of the technical team. Did I have a talent for fishing? I sat in the dim maintenance bay, chewing on a human leg. The owner of the leg had been torn off with the spine and was sprawled out. Imitation. It's quite convenient. The voice of the person whose leg I was chewing on, named Fincher, flowed from my mouth. Imitation. Among the creatures that the material management team leader had tried to smuggle, there was a creature called a red worm larva. The red worm is a gigantic worm that only lives on desert planets and possesses a highly rare ability. It can mimic the voices of other creatures. This ability evolved as a means to effectively hunt other creatures in the harsh desert environment. I devoured a red worm larva that had been stored in a container and luckily obtained its genetic essence. Thanks to that, a highly complex vocal apparatus has now taken residence inside me. The downside is that my ability is a downgrade compared to the original. Unlike the red worm, I couldn't mimic any voice I wanted. I could only mimic the voice of the last creature I had consumed. I couldn't mimic the voices of Scott or Cameron, who I had eaten before. Additionally, I could only speak in short sentences or words. If I tried to speak a little longer, growls would mix in, creating strange sounds that weren't quite human or monster. But it's still a pretty good ability. Instead of low growls, a clear adult male voice came out of my mouth, which felt strangely fascinating and awkward. I tested my voice a few times and thought about my next target. Tomorrow, I should eat someone from the cooking team. Was his name Pierre? We may not be close, but it doesn't matter. Even if they were unfamiliar, if they called out to me, they would inevitably pique my interest. Tomorrow night, I should fill up with his friend named Pierre. He won't know. He'll die because he said something unnecessary to Scott. After finishing my meal, I went out to the runway and entered the ventilation duct on the wall. Should I stop by the lab before going to the nest? As I crawled along the passage, I headed towards the laboratory. It was to see experiment subject 26, the bubble amoeba. As I got closer to the lab, I received a wave from him. Hello, Da. The tentacles on the back of my head vibrated softly. Until now, I had thought that psychic abilities were useless. Unexpectedly, I found that through psychic abilities, I could communicate with other creatures via waves. When playing games, I always pursued efficient gameplay, so I had never paid any attention to characteristics that had minor effects like this. I never intended to have the ability to communicate with bubble amoebas. It seemed like a trait that would be more useful to bubble amoeba enthusiasts than to me. At any rate, now that it had greeted me, it was my turn to respond. I focused my mind on the back of my head. The tentacles wriggled, gathering invisible energy. Hello. I didn't even need to see experiment subject 26 to communicate now, and something new had come to light. His vocabulary seems to have expanded. As far as I knew, bubble amoebas weren't creatures known for evolution. Once they reached maturity, they mainly grew in size without any significant evolutionary changes. However, this particular one seemed to transcend the limits of its species, conveying complex and seemingly impossible information. Moreover, its communication skills were improving significantly with each encounter. They said they're doing psionium experiments. Is there an effect I don't know about? I wasn't sure if it was a psionium issue or if the creature had some special abilities. In any case, since the creature's growing intelligence didn't seem to have any adverse effects on me, I decided to stop worrying about that particular issue. Sorry. Trouble with food today. What's the trouble? Can't get any. I could sense a frustrated wave of emotion coming from the creature. I understood it perfectly well. After all, the only source of joy for the creature, which was subjected to experiments all day long, was the calorie bars I brought. But I can't get him any more calorie bars now that I've grown in size. The current security in the lab was at a level just below a nuclear reactor or a cooling room. After the research officer's death, the security team had tightened the lab's security to the maximum level. Thanks to that, the ventilation ducts above the previously secure laboratory have become risky. I have vibration detectors installed inside the laboratory, so it was clear that I would be caught if I moved carelessly. In this situation, there was nothing else I could do except have a conversation with Subject 26 from a distance. Are you okay today? I'm struggling. It hurts, Dut. Since Kaisaraji's death, the psionium experiments had been at a standstill. The subordinates continued the experiments every day, but they didn't inject as much as before. Of course, that didn't mean Subject 26 was fine. Even in small amounts, psionium was a highly toxic substance to the body. Goodbye. Take care. Sai, hang in there. It's not that I didn't want to help, but the risk was too great. Even if I had gained powerful abilities, going head-to-head with the crew of this ship was impossible. At least, I had to become an Ascendant to engage in guerrilla warfare. Once I became an Ascendant, I could easily wipe out the unit that received the enhanced suits. The problem is that the conditions for Ascendant evolution are strict. To evolve into an Ascendant, I had to kill and consume 10 individuals from each of the 2 intelligent species that players could control. Since there was only one suitable target on this ship, which was humans, Ascendant evolution was impossible. There are pirates, but I don't know how that will turn out. Whether I could evolve depended on which cartel the space dogs around here belonged to. If I encountered a human cartel, it would be useless. It will take several more days at least. Judging by the atmosphere on the ship, it wouldn't be long before I encountered space dogs. The engineering team members I had devoured were staying up all night repairing the fighter planes. As I was heading towards the nest, a group of people passed beneath me. They were soldiers and the crisis management officer. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Yes, sir. The soldiers bid him farewell, and the crisis management officer continued walking alone towards some destination. I should probably consume the crisis management officer as well. Although he seemed like a tough opponent, I decided not to postpone any longer. Even if I didn't consume him immediately, it wouldn't hurt to gather information about his weaknesses or daily routines in advance. I followed the crisis management officer. He was heading to the fitness training room. Inside, soldiers and crew members were diligently working on their physical fitness. What's this? Is he planning to exercise? In an instant, after changing into workout clothes, he sat down in front of an exercise machine and began his strength training routine. I watched for about 10 minutes, wondering if there would be any changes, but he was only pumping iron vigorously. Sigh, I should check on someone else. There was no need to watch Prey exercising. As I got up to leave, he finished using the machine, took something out of his pocket, and set it down on the machine's platform. A phone. It was a small phone in the shape of earphones. He held it in his hand and looked around, making sure no one was paying attention to him. After confirming that no one was bothered, he plugged the phone into his ear and resumed exercising. His actions piqued my interest, so I focused my auxiliary senses on him. Contacting. See nearby. His voice, which had been sporadic, gradually became clearer. Yes, the plan is proceeding as scheduled. Yes, yes, really, a plan? An order came from the family? Oh no, of course not. How could I ever doubt it? For a moment, a perplexed expression crossed the crisis management officer's face, but he quickly regained his composure. In any case, it's going well. Miss Kaisaragi has already been eliminated. The ship will arrive at C-08 as planned. Yes, all of Captain Samuel's orders have been recorded. What? Yes, yes, that's fine. Everything is in accordance with the will of the family. I mean, with Captain Young Woojin's will. I'll take responsibility. Yes, I understand. Goodbye. After hanging up the call, he once again focused on his exercise. He appeared to be a dedicated fitness enthusiast, but my suspicion of him reached its highest level. I thought he was a straightforward guy, but he's a real fox, isn't he? I knew that the crisis management officer had convinced the captain to make contact with the space dogs. However, based on the conversation I overheard, he seemed to have much more plan than just that. Whether this would benefit me or backfire on me remained to be seen. I quietly observed him from the darkness. The caller seems to be from the Eugen family. I thought to myself, as far as I knew, the crisis management officer wasn't from the Eugen family. His name was Arnold Russell, and the Russell surname didn't belong to either noble capital or prime capital. It was a rather ordinary surname. Could it be an alias? I wondered. Or perhaps he was a subordinate of the person he was talking to. From the conversation, it seemed like he wished for Kaisaragi's death. Could this be an internal matter? In the game, both the noble capital and Eugen family were ruthless when it came to power and money. The possibility of them fighting among themselves and even resorting to killing each other was quite high. In this space, eliminating Kaisaragi Eugen would be fitting. But then again, I'm the one who killed her. From the conversation, I deduced that his goals were twofold: to kill Kaisaragi and lure the ship to C-08. I wasn't sure of the reasons, but almost unintentionally, I had helped him achieve his objectives. Whether the Eugen family fights or not, it's none of my concern. What was essential was what I would do with Arnold Russell. Cattle were raised for the sole purpose of becoming food. Useless, intelligent food needed to be excluded. He's made me wary of him. That fact alone justified his death. Having evolved into a metamorph body, fighting against soldiers wasn't a significant problem. If I were to surprise attack him, I could easily overpower the muscular man. But opportunities are scarce. Arnold had been meticulous since my hibernation, always staying in crowded places and avoiding remote areas. Should I kill him in his room, like the material management officer? I considered it, but it wouldn't be easy. He slept in his reinforced suit, unlike the soldiers, making it difficult to kill him quickly. If the attempt failed, it would be quite troublesome. He could easily contact the ship's AI with the communication device provided as an option. Perhaps there's only one option in the end. If he had no weaknesses, then I would observe him until he was discovered. Time was what I needed to catch a formidable prey. I casted one more glance at him before heading to my nest. In a world where more humans are born in incubators than in their mother's wombs, it might sound absurd to seek a god in such a place. However, I somehow had the feeling that there might be a real god here. If not, there was no way such a favorable situation would be created for me. Security officer, how on earth are you handling this situation? Didn't you say you could find them? I'm sorry. From below, Samuel's voice resounded with frustration. Through the gap in the mesh fence, I could see the security chief hanging his head, clearly at a loss for what to do. I was currently eavesdropping on their conversation from above the meeting room. That damn sorry of yours. How many times have we heard it? We're scheduled to dock with the pirates in 2 days, and you still haven't resolved anything. Well, even if we increase the number of cameras and security personnel, they always manage to avoid getting caught. Damn it, navigation officer, how many missing personnel do we have on board right now? Including the former material management officer, a total of 8 people. After the research officer's death, we have 7 missing crew members. Why can't you find them? Don't tell me you're in cahoots with that guy. And no, not at all. Currently, the ship's enigmatic murderer is attributed to the material management officer. This is because of his suspicious actions before going missing and the discovery of his container. He was an undercover smuggler who had infiltrated the ship, and he vanished after the mysterious murder incident. Unfortunately, the culprit is right here. Samuel, unaware that the culprit was right above him, sighed heavily and slumped into his chair. Let me ask one thing. Isn't the material management officer a human being? Shouldn't you search everywhere a person could go? Well, there's a shortage of cameras in some places, and even though we've installed them in crucial areas, it's like they're avoiding them like ghosts. Ugh, then what about the body? The body can't just walk around. It must be hidden somewhere. Why can't you find that? We're constantly monitoring areas that could be used to dispose of a body. I don't know how it was disposed of, but we just can't seem to find it. The security officer, who had been the center of attention for everyone in the room, took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. With his sparse hair, he looked even more forlorn, but there was no one to assist him. Tech officer, what about tracking devices? With my skills alone, it's impossible. Even if I attempt to create one, I can't guarantee its effectiveness. Damn, he's killing people who can track him. He's definitely not an ordinary human. An indolent smuggler had turned into a professional assassin. It would be a comical situation if my body were not a morph. At that moment, Crisis Management Officer Arnold raised his hand. Captain, I believe what the security officer is saying is true. Why the sudden change? I've personally checked the camera placements and all the possible hiding spots on the ship, and the security officer has done what he can. You couldn't catch the culprit, and now you're defending him? I mean it. Arnold seemed like he had deliberately brought this up, ignoring Samuel's attempt to interrupt. From a human perspective, that's what it means. If it were a human, they wouldn't be able to hide like this. What? Crisis Management Officer, are you here to spread strange rumors? Huh. I had been enjoying the situation, but the atmosphere suddenly became strange. It seemed like Arnold had decided to speak out, and even when the captain threatened him, he continued speaking. We might be dealing with an unknown entity attacking us. You see, Crisis Management Officer, the ship's AI isn't that dumb. Even though it's not the latest model, it used to manage entire battleships. If there were creatures roaming around the ship, it should have detected them long ago. I'm familiar with AI capabilities as I come from a military background. Navigation officer, but everyone knows. The material management officer's container. Everything inside it was empty. Well, that's true, but then where did those creatures that were inside it go? At his words, some of the officers nodded. Samuel also seemed convinced. Oh no, the flow of people's thoughts was taking an eerie turn. What I've been most cautious about was the suspicion of extraterrestrial life creeping into people's minds. All right, let's assume strange space monsters are roaming around. Where would they go? We have cameras installed in the middle of every corridor, but we can't see a trace of them. There are places we haven't checked. He pointed upwards with his finger. People's attention shifted in my direction, and I quickly stepped back behind the mesh fence. The ventilation ducts? The ventilation ducts are spread throughout the ship. I don't know how big those creatures are, but if they're around 1 meter or less, that's enough room for them to move around. His statement was accurate. It seemed that Arnold wasn't the only one who had underestimated the situation. I might have underestimated him as well. It's a strategic mistake. I had planned to take my time and slowly execute my plan, but Arnold was showing more insight than expected. I should have dealt with this sooner, even if it meant taking more risks. 1 meter. Isn't that too small to kill a person? Captain, metallic gremlins can grow up to a maximum of 80 centimeters, but they can still destroy an entire battleship. It's not about their size. Right. He felt like an auxiliary system. Everyone in the room was convinced by Arnold's words. The sweating due to anxiety gradually subsided, and the irregular heartbeats were regaining their stability. We have a problem. If it's really an alien life form that killed people, what happened to the research officer's body? If that thing ate the body, we're in serious trouble. That problem will be resolved if we can capture it alive and hand it over to Noble Capital. If it's proven that it ate the research officer, they'll take it from there. Questions were flooding in from all directions, but Arnold had no trouble keeping up. He answered every question confidently, as if he had prepared for this. The questioning subsided, and finally, Samuel was the last one left. Crisis Management Officer. Yes, Captain. How many soldiers do you think you'll need? I'll select 6 soldiers from the 8th Platoon and have them search the ventilation ducts. Permission granted. Please bring back good results. Thank you. After the meeting ended, I returned to my nest. I've endured for quite a while. No matter how much I loathe my body, there would come a time when we would inevitably cross paths. Unless I abandoned my nest and left, there was no way to avoid them in the ventilation ducts. Even if I were to leave the nest, I have nowhere to go. Given Arnold's personality, it was clear he would place some security measures around the ventilation shaft. This would effectively seal off the ventilation ducts. The corridors were covered in surveillance cameras, and the ventilation ducts were off-limits. While we hadn't engaged in a full-blown confrontation just yet, it was only a matter of time. Now, the crucial moment for me to make a decision had arrived. Should I run away, or should I stand and fight? Since becoming aware, the once dry nest had become vibrant with life, as if spring had arrived. Lying down there, I extended my small hand and gently touched the spores. Feeling the pulsation of the spores, I made up my mind. I'll fight. This ship might belong to them, but this ventilation duct system was different. This place was my domain, my home. Compared to those who tried to infiltrate this place after glancing at blueprints and maps, I possessed a different level of information. The conditions favor me. It wasn't just about the battlefield. The overall situation surrounding the ship was turning against them. The encounter with the pirates was set for 2 days from now. It was hard to imagine Samuel handing over a significant amount of credits, especially with no bodies to show. The pirates aren't offering any services, and yet they're demanding a large sum of money. Even if there are no complaints on their side, they don't know how things will turn out on Pirates' end. Those space dogs are practically icons of betrayal, and they won't just let the ship pass as it is. He knows that well. To fight the pirates effectively, they needed to maintain their full strength. Capturing me with minimal troops was impossible. Furthermore, Arnold had mentioned capturing me alive. Capture an amorph? Until the enemy is eliminated, the relentless creature that never stops until the enemy is dead is a morph. An aggressive alien creature that would bite the enemy's neck even if its limbs were cut off and only its head remained. That's me. Arnold seemed to think of me as nothing more than a wild animal roaming around on some planet, but that was far from the truth. Capturing an unknown enemy in unfavorable terrain with only a few soldiers was undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. In the space environment, especially within the ship, they'll learn just how terrifying it is to fight against a morph. I would show them everything I had, using every means at my disposal. I would teach them what it was like to fight against a morph in the vastness of space. I linked my senses to the nest and spread them throughout the ship. The ship's structure and the movements of the human occupants were transmitted to me without missing a beat. The auxiliary systems swiftly analyzed their movements to align with their master's intentions. If you were to imagine a spaceship as a living being wandering through space, I was akin to a parasite inhabiting the brain of a mineral-based organism. I knew what was happening on the ship as well as the ship's owner did. The auxiliary system reported to me that the captain and the officers were gathering on the bridge. Perhaps they're planning to command from the bridge. Like them, I was also devising a plan from my perch in the cooling chamber. How should I respond? First, let's consider the starting points of the enemies. There aren't many ventilation ducts large enough for an adult male to pass through. The agricultural area duct, the storage area duct, and the armory duct were the largest, with the others being just over 1 meter or even smaller. However, the likelihood of them all gathering in one place was low, as that would slow down their search efforts. On the contrary, it's more likely they'll start from 2 places. 6 individuals. Not a large number, but not a small one either. In any case, attempting to conquer the ventilation ducts with a large number of personnel would be difficult. It seemed they were opting for a small elite force strategy, compensating for the lack of numbers with good equipment. They'll probably be wearing intermediate-grade combat suits. The model was unknown, but it was likely to be of the same grade or lower than what Arnold was wearing. If we were to engage in a direct confrontation, I wouldn't emerge unscathed either. There's a narrowing of the passage after the intersection. Depending on the facility, there were places where ventilation needed to be well distributed, while others didn't require it. Areas like the cooling chamber had excellent air circulation systems, so the ventilation ducts were wider, but most other areas were not. Narrow passages aren't suitable for humans to navigate. Adult men would have to crouch down. It was better than crawling, but it would greatly reduce combat efficiency. Not only was it difficult to use weapons, but the uncomfortable posture also made it challenging to take full advantage of the combat suit. That's where I'll launch the ambush. The broad outlines of the plan were beginning to take shape. The details would need to be adjusted based on the enemy's armaments and movements. It seemed they were prepared as well. I could sense their movements. They had arrived at the two locations I had anticipated, the runway duct and the armory duct. Shall I go and greet our guests, then? After disconnecting the link with the nest, I rose from my seat. Tonight, everyone who dared to target my nest would meet their end. This is A1. A-Team, commence operation. B1, report. This is Juz, B1. B-Team, commencing operation. Juz, B1, check your communication status as it doesn't seem optimal. Juz, B1. Understood. The command center. On the holographic display in the center of the command center, the movements of soldiers were divided into 6 squares and broadcasted in real time. It was the result of real-time transmissions from tactical cameras attached to the soldiers' combat suits. Arnold, the crisis management officer, watched alongside the higher-ups as the soldiers entered the ventilation ducts. The entity that killed Miss Kaisaragi, it's probably him. It was originally his duty to handle this situation. There were no changes to the plan itself, but he didn't know how the entity would act as a variable. The entity was a dangerous organism that had killed 8 people, including Miss Kaisaragi Yujin. Others might think the materials management officer is the culprit, but he could state with certainty that the materials management officer had been killed by the monster. Monster. Eliminate variables as much as possible. Until this ship reaches Space Dog, or rather, its owner, Si-Hyun Yujin, who is preparing a grand plan, there can't be any disruptions. If it succeeded, it would change the course of Megacorp's history. When this night is over, you'll all be dead. He stared at the holographic images with a cold gaze, and reports came in from the scene. A1. We've reached a junction. Move to the right. B1. We've also reached a junction. Moving to the right. Juz. B3. Juz. Communication status isn't good. We'll repair and follow. Juz. This is the command center. B3. Join as soon as your repairs are completed. The passageways in the ship, like veins in a body, were like a maze. A and B teams had both reached junctions at the same time. The paths are complicated. Everyone move cautiously. This is a command center. Even if it's slow, search thoroughly. A1. Understood. B1. Understood. And B3 from Team B were chasing after the missing B2. Although the screen showed their diligent movements, there was no sign of B2. They might end up divided and conquered. In the end, Arnold decided to abandon B2. The communication officer conveyed Arnold's message to Team B. This is the command center. B3. Halt the search for B2 and join up with B1. Understood. B1. Once B3 joins you, resume the search for B2. B1. Understood. B3's marker moved toward B1. The distance between the 2 marks on the screen gradually decreased. Just when they were about to see each other, a message came through the radio from B1. B1. I hear something. This is the command center. What exactly is the sound? B1. I'm not sure, but someone is getting closer. It's at a junction, so I can't confirm exactly. B3. Join B1 as quickly as possible. Repeat. Join as quickly as possible. Understood. The situation grew tense. The silence in the command center was broken by B1's voice. B1. The source of the sound is B3. Phew. Someone let out a sigh of relief. Even Arnold, who had been keeping his eyes wide open to avoid missing any enemy movements, was relieved. Phew. This is the command center. B1. Report once you've joined up with B3. B1. B3 was taken by the enemy. What? B1's report shocked everyone in the command center. Even Arnold, who had always remained calm, found it difficult to maintain his composure as the unexpected situation continued. He pushed the communication officer aside and put on headset. "Officer here. Explain the situation in detail." I couldn't confirm it because it happened so quickly. "Damn it. It's right in front of you, and you couldn't see it?" "I apologize." 2 soldiers had already disappeared. Yet B1 and B3 claimed they didn't see anything on the video. Unless the creature deliberately avoided being captured on camera, it was impossible. Wait a minute. Arnold suddenly had a terrifying assumption. He put the headset back on with a stern expression. "Officer here. B1, state your location immediately." "What?" "I repeat. B1, state your name immediately." There was no response from B1. The command center froze as they realized what Arnold was trying to confirm. "Shush, I got caught, huh?" "Just." B1's communication channel remained disconnected. A black hand appeared in front of the camera, and then the screen went black. "This is A1. What the hell is happening?" "This is A1. Command center, please respond." The bewildered voice of a 1's officer filled the command center, but Arnold couldn't say anything. For now, the B team is finished. I crushed the signal device attached to B1's reinforced suit under my foot. 3 headless bodies lay beside me. Originally, the plan was to engage them in the narrow corridor behind the junction. While I was rushing ahead to prepare for the ambush, an idea occurred to me. Using the psychic device, I got the hint from my conversation with the bubble amoeba. If I could communicate with the creature using the special waves generated by the psychic device, could I disrupt wireless communication devices that operated on frequencies? It seemed to work quite well. Due to the waves I emitted, B3, who was at the rear, experienced interference in his equipment. He had no choice but to stay behind and fix it, becoming an easy prey as a result. After that, it was easy. Even when his head was pulled out by my combat arm, B3 didn't twitch a finger. It was thanks to my newly acquired fusion ability called the neurotoxin gland. When you have the neurotoxin gland, everything in your body, including nails, teeth, and bodily fluids, turns extremely toxic. When affected by this toxin, you'd experience shock or paralysis of your muscles, rendering you incapable of any action. It seemed like a powerful debuff ability, but in the game, it was considered a rare attribute. Since there were many creatures with transcendent physical abilities, it went unnoticed. But not here. Unless you were a specially modified human, it was impossible to block the neurotoxin. If you were alone and exposed to it, you might as well consider yourself dead. After that, it was a breeze. I approached the other team members pretending to be B3, using my mimicry ability. While everyone was on high alert, they wouldn't have suspected a friendly approach. Their lack of imagination allowed me to fill my belly with ease. Next is Team A, I suppose. I tucked B1's head under my arm and headed out. When the cerebral cortex burst open in my mouth like fresh juice, my body filled with energy. With 4 combat arms, I easily moved through the narrow corridor. While crawling, the auxiliary device under my chin constantly monitored Team A's movements. Whether they received orders from above or not, they were moving slowly and carefully, investigating every speck of dust on the alloy. They're in a completely defensive posture. Team B had no idea about me, but that wasn't the case on the other side. They knew that I could mimic human voices, so it was only natural. Now, should I try using the information to my advantage? Many say that knowledge is power, but is it really? Sometimes, knowing too much can be a burden. I had my body not far from the junction. Soon, the enemy would pass through here. Then, darkness settled in the steel corridor. The light emanating from the helmet of the lead soldier illuminated the junction clearly. A1, we have reached a junction. We will proceed to the right. They had no idea that I was hiding nearby. If they didn't know, I had to inform them. I shouted loudly in B1's voice. "Over here. Help me. It's the enemy. Open fire." As expected, A1 immediately issued the order to fire. 3 team members began firing their laser guns in my direction. While they were pouring firepower into the spot where I had been, I slipped away into another corridor. By going this way, I could circle around behind them. I used all 6 of my limbs to move quickly. "Cease fire." This is the command center. Confirm the enemy's status. A 1. Understood. Unaware that I had already escaped, a 1 walked forward. The other soldiers were focused solely on his back, fearing that he might still be in danger. I attacked a 3, who was neglecting rear security. Ugh! Behind! There's an enemy behind us. Cease fire. Our comrade is captured. Damn it! Shoot him now! The air ducts were filled with a 3's cries of pain as I held him, the terror-stricken shouts of his teammates, and Arnold's screams from the command center. I had no intention of staying in such a noisy place for long, so I incapacitated a 3 and withdrew. A 1. Open fire immediately. That's an order. Opening fire. Opening fire. The enemies fired lasers at me belatedly. The corridor was filled with pure energy beams. Even though I was agile, I couldn't avoid all of them, so I took a few hits. It went beyond just hurting. I was in severe pain. Nevertheless, I gritted my teeth and moved away from the spot. A2. Reporting to the command center. We have a casualty. No retreat allowed. We must capture him at all costs. Darn it, squad leader, what should we do? Damn it, treat A3 and then pursue him. Their voices echoed in the darkness as I hid in the shadows. I didn't know how good their medical kits were, but detoxifying my neurotoxin wouldn't be easy. During the brief maintenance time that the enemies took, I checked my own condition. Thanks to the chitinous exoskeleton, there aren't any major injuries. But it hurts like hell. The trained soldiers managed to hit me in the chest and head due to the enhanced targeting of their powered suits. It's all because of the suit's calibration. The calibration of the powered suit's targeting had turned out to be a double-edged sword. Unlike regular animals, which would have been killed by the previous attack, I was an amorph, and my forehead and chest, protected by an exoskeleton reinforced with chitin, were as sturdy as the titanium alloy used in spaceship hulls. Furthermore, my current chitinous exoskeleton was even more resilient. Even though the enemies didn't realize it, I'd barely suffered any damage despite their trained shots. If they had targeted my tail or limbs, it would have been a different story. 1 down, 2 prey remained. Since I didn't expect to be ambushed here again, I needed to use a different approach. Come to think of it, there was a suitable place to butcher them, a location I had considered when planning. It was the narrow corridor. Let's lure them in. I extended my claws and inflicted minor wounds on my arm, causing black blood to drip onto the floor. Each drop of blood created a puff of smoke rising from the corridor's floor. This was spider silk, a trap set by a spider to catch prey. The prey, who had mindlessly followed me, would finally realize what had happened. They would understand that they had fallen into a web of doom. Darn it! Wake up! Ugh! Shock detected in A3. Administer the antidote. I'll administer it. A 2 operated the terminal on a 3's wrist. As he did, a sound of air escaping from a 3's reinforced suit accompanied the injection of the antidote into the wearer. A 3, who had been frothing at the mouth moments ago, showed some signs of improvement, but it was merely first aid. The antidote within the reinforced suit provided minimal life support and pain relief, but lacked detoxification capabilities. They needed to complete the mission as quickly as possible and get A3 to a medical facility. A 1 and A2, sharing the same thought, exchanged glances. A1. The antidote has been administered to A3. Proceeding with the mission. This is the command center. Permission granted. Having reported to the command center above, they left A3 lying on the ground. 3 comrades had died because of that damn monster. They couldn't properly rest until they captured it and tore it apart. A1. I request permission to administer enhancement serum for more efficient suppression. Permission granted. As soon as permission was granted, A1 and A2 pressed the buttons on their terminals. The enhancement serum was injected, and veins popped on their faces and necks. One of the advantages of reinforced suits was the special solution they contained, which enhanced a soldier's combat abilities. Lower-tier reinforced suits carried painkillers, while mid-tier ones had 2 chemical solutions. These solutions included a treatment serum that healed injuries and boosted natural recovery, and an enhancement serum that temporarily enhanced muscles and senses. When administered to an ordinary person, The enhancement serum greatly improved physical abilities to the extent that they could punch holes in concrete walls with their fists. As for soldiers wearing reinforced suits, the effects were even more significant. However, there was a lethal drawback: permanent muscle loss, and up to a week of debilitation once the enhancement effects wore off. Nevertheless, those who had already gone mad had no concerns about such side effects. That damn creature, I'll kill it. I'm going first. The orders they received were to capture the enigmatic hazardous creature alive. However, the heads of the two soldiers who had lost their comrades were filled with thoughts of tearing it apart with their bare hands. With determination, they walked along the corridor. Along the path where the creature had disappeared, they noticed unusual traces. There were sporadic marks of something having melted the floor. It seems like the creature got injured as well. Insane. Acidic blood. I have no idea what kind of monster this is. They realized that the enemy wasn't your typical savage being. Tensions rose as they continued to follow the melted marks. Before long, they understood that they needed to mentally prepare themselves. The narrow, low corridor required an adult male to stoop to move through. It posed an obstacle that they couldn't avoid. It's narrow. What should we do? We're going in. They had already administered the enhancement serum. There was no retreat for them. The two soldiers squeezed their bodies into the narrow corridor. They're coming. My auxiliary sensors detected subtle vibrations in the air, much like prey caught in a spider's web. An intruder had entered my domain. Their heartbeats were rougher and faster than those of regular individuals. They exhaled a harsh breath, similar to a beast, which dispersed into the air. They've used enhancement serum. It seemed like they were quite enraged if they were wearing mid-tier reinforced suits, known for severe side effects. It didn't matter to me. Enhanced physical abilities from the serum wouldn't be of much use in this damp, maze-like space. Let's get started. Having successfully lured the prey, it was time to set the trap. I deliberately widened my wounds, allowing blood to pour onto the floor. As the acidic blood pooled, toxic gas billowed up. Beyond the gas-filled corridor, I could see the shape of the hallway. Not content with merely melting the ventilation duct, the corrosive blood had eaten through the corridor ceiling. This should do. I patched up my wounds and patiently waited in the darkness until they arrived. Before long, they revealed themselves. They wore special helmets attached to their reinforced suits. Thanks to the helmet's gas masks, they moved effortlessly through the gas-filled corridor. They seemed momentarily startled by the sudden gas, but, behaving like experienced soldiers, they kept their composure. Cautiously walking while staying on high alert, they eventually found the source of the gas. One concentrated on communication, while another soldier examined the corridor beneath the floor. Everyone was preoccupied, making this the perfect opportunity. Hunched in a corner of the corridor, I sprang forward like a leopard targeting a gazelle. With my 6 legs, the cramped space posed no hindrance. A2, with heightened senses thanks to the enhancement serum, reacted instantly. His gun barrel swiftly aimed at my head, emitting a burst of light. An energy projectile whizzed past, just inches behind my head. A2 appeared bewildered at missing the shot, that I couldn't blame him. Why did I choose this cramped and uncomfortable place for a battleground? The tight quarters had subtly altered the angle of his aim. Conversely, my dark chitinous exoskeleton performed admirably as camouflage in this lightless space. It disadvantaged the enemy while favoring my allies. That was precisely why I had chosen this place as my hunting ground. He adjusted his posture and aimed at me again. His reaction was swift, but I had already closed the gap. Before he could pull the trigger, both my hands were around his head. Perhaps he sensed his impending demise. Through the transparent visor of his helmet, I saw his dilated pupils. The reinforced suit, designed to grant them superhuman strength, couldn't provide protection to delicate and flexible areas like the throat. When I applied pressure to A2's throat, it snapped as easily as a twig. War, A1, a step too late in realizing my presence, screamed and aimed his laser weapon at me. I used the partially limp A2 as a shield to protect myself. The scent of searing flesh, born from the burning meat, gently tickled my auxiliary sensors. Amidst the tension of battle and my hunger, I hurled A2's charred remains at A1. Damn it all! A1, having lost his composure, wildly fired his laser rifle. Given a close range, some shots found their mark on my body. Perhaps due to the substantial pain, or for some other reason, I felt a surge of primal instincts. The sharp blade at the tip of my tail shot out, narrowly missing A1's shoulder as he adeptly parried it with his enhanced left arm. My tail missed its target and collided with the corridor, after which A1 leaped at me, delivering a powerful punch. I considered using my combat arm to block it, but A1 was clad in a reinforced suit, and he had also been injected with an enhancer that significantly boosted his combat prowess. There was no need for unnecessary risks. I evaded A1's punch by taking a few steps back. His solid alloy fist crumpled a bit upon striking the corridor. Stronger than I expected. It hadn't been this intense in the game. Continuing this fight might result in unnecessary losses. It's time to change strategy. I swung my tail widely to force A1 to step back and then made my escape. Laser shots from behind me missed their mark entirely. Only one enemy left. I had already exhausted most of my tricks. Deception wouldn't be effective against A1 now. In the distance, I could hear A1's enraged cries. Given my venomous state, I doubted a surprise attack would be very effective. Oh, is there still one thing left? As I pondered, a brilliant idea suddenly crossed my mind. I could sense two life forms currently. A1, who was rampaging, and A3, who was paralyzed. While A1 was distracted, firing lasers in the wrong direction, I stealthily crept toward A3's location. Exiting the narrow corridor, I noticed that the ceiling had risen significantly. Standing on two legs, I spotted A3 lying in the middle of the corridor. A3, who had received emergency treatment, had narrowly avoided death but didn't look to be in great shape. He couldn't speak due to lingering paralysis, only emitting feeble groans. I approached from a direction that wouldn't trigger his camera. When I was about a few meters away from him, he sensed my presence. The fearful groans of agony were easily discernible. Uh-oh. He tried desperately to communicate the situation to the command center, but his arms and legs were already paralyzed. He writhed in a futile attempt to convey his distress. I approached the terrified creature and gently nudged his back with my foot, growling, Oh. I could see something fluffy standing upright on A3's nape. His hair was already soaked with sweat. Like a frightened animal, he exhaled ragged breaths, trembling without any sense of direction. Coincidentally, A3 had been attacked exclusively from behind until now. Perhaps that's why he was more terrified, because he didn't know what I looked like. After all, the greatest fear often comes from the unknown. Doesn't really matter since he's going to die anyway. I used my 4 combat arms to pierce his side. This area was unprotected, and my hands easily penetrated his body. As I pressed my claws into his back, I felt him release his final breath. Having swiftly killed A3, I exerted force on the hand that had been inserted into his side. I grasped his elongated intestines with my 4 hands and pulled them out roughly. I quickly shoved his entrails into my mouth without savoring the taste and hastily chewed, then returned my hands into his body. Time was running out. To use A3's body as a shield, I needed to empty his insides. I continued to extract his organs. This should do. When A3's weight had decreased by about half, I flipped his body over. The camera lens on his body emitted a red light, as if greeting me. I proceeded to smash the cameras and communication devices attached to A3's body. With this, they would realize that A3 had been attacked from the other side. I thrust my head into A3's side. Sticky blood and the lingering warmth of the corpse enveloped my entire being. Inside the shell of A3, now just a husk, there were no organs for sustaining life. Instead, it was filled with a predator from the outside. I coiled my tail, which hadn't managed to enter, tightly around the lower part of the corpse to conceal it. A moment later, I heard A1's footsteps from outside. A3, are you okay? Answer me. Dead men tell no tales. A3, already a mummy, remained silent. I could sense him reaching out his hand to check his pulse. He was completely off guard. He probably didn't even consider whether A3 was dead or what might be lurking behind that skin. As he got close enough, my arm pierced through A3's abdomen and jutted out. A1, who had been bending down to check the pulse, just allowed my attack to happen. My sharp talons slashed across his thigh. Ugh! He belatedly tried to stand, but it was futile. The paralyzing neurotoxin had already advanced upwards, rendering his lower body completely useless. His body crumpled to the floor like a felled tree. He struggled to get up with all his might, but it had been a long time since even his central nervous system had been rendered useless. Like Troy collapsing under the Trojan horse, A1 was perishing from within the fortress. A1's body trembled. Was it because of the shock or the impending doom? Regardless, his future was predetermined. There was only one thing he could do, like prey ensnared in a spider's web. Wait for death. After tearing myself out of the corpse, I licked the blood off my hands. The primitive sweetness was like condensed sugar syrup penetrating my mind. I would have enjoyed it more, but there was still work to be done. I approached the trembling A1. I grabbed his shoulders near his ribs with my lower pair of arms and removed his helmet with my upper pair of arms. His exposed face looked younger than I had anticipated. However, the scars around his eyes revealed that he was a warrior who had emerged from many battlefields. Even such a valiant hero seemed to fear death. His face was a mess of tears and snot. The two arms above him enveloped his head. Sensing the impending events, he tightly shut his eyes. I increased the pressure in my hands, fulfilling his expectations. With a sound like trees being uprooted in a storm, his neck was slowly torn apart. There was no scream. The neurotoxin allowed him neither screams nor any movement. His pupils shook violently as he endured the pain of his throat being slowly torn apart while still alive. By the time the white bones of his neck were exposed, A1 was dead. I held his head, his tongue hanging out, and gazed into the camera. There was no sound from the communication device, but I could tell. They were afraid. This should be enough to convey my message. With that judgment, I crushed the camera. The spider's web was not only spread throughout the ventilation shaft. Next, it would be their turn. How will the enemy emerge? This is not the end. The ones who sent the soldiers and more soldiers are still left. So what should I do? With 6 dead, there are a total of 90 soldiers and officers on the other side. It's highly likely that they will go all out after receiving my warning. I know that they're short on reinforced suits, but the real problem is the weapons. If the enemy comes armed with more than laser equipment, say plasma weapons, my chances of winning become slim. The plasma class is unstoppable. With enhanced physical types, I can withstand it only twice at most, and before that, there's nothing I can do to stop it. One hit would be instant death. It's inevitable because plasma weapons are developed for fleet battles. They're such high-powered weapons that they're used to destroy warships or tanks, so one shot packs quite a punch. However, the majority of plasma weapons are so heavy that they can't be carried alone. There are lightweight versions, but those are prohibitively expensive, as if their prices were through the roof. All I can expect to find here is a plasma launcher. The plasma launcher is a heavy weapon supplied by the division in Megacorp. Honestly, given the dismal supply situation, it doesn't seem like there would be any plasma launchers either, but you never know. It'll be difficult to deceive them any further. Since a significant portion of the cards I hold has been exposed, I couldn't deceive the enemy in the same way. I might be able to handle a few of the less experienced ones, but it would be difficult to deceive and surpass the 90-strong force. Arnold won't stop until he confirms my death. Unlike the amateurish aspects displayed by the Captain Samuel, Arnold is a meticulous soldier. Moreover, he's a soldier who conspires. I don't know what his plan is, but he will undoubtedly try to kill me before arriving at C-08. In that case, I'll go for their heads here. Now is the time for a speed battle. Let's tidy up the information about me and strike the headquarters before they organize their front line. Just then, I ran to the bridge. On the way, I saw soldiers jumping to the opposite side through a ventilation hole in the floor. Their destination was the agricultural area that A1 had reported. It seemed like the enemy thought I was preparing a siege, but that was a completely wrong judgment. While the enemy was searching in the wrong place, I was already here, right in front of them. Beyond the iron grill of the ventilation hole in the wall, I could see a white floor. It was the command center, the cleanest space after the laboratory on the spaceship. Compared to the marble-like floor, the wall displayed a dark cosmic space. It was showing the external scenery in real time through cameras attached to the ship's exterior. The people in the command center seemed oblivious to the beautiful spectacle of countless stars dancing and were simply making a lot of noise. Crisis Management Officer, where did that insane monster come from? No, more importantly, what on earth is its identity? You couldn't see it from here, but you could easily guess that the Samuel was in a state of panic just by listening to his voice. Not far from there, Arnold's voice could be heard. I don't know. When I checked the list of materials management officers, there was an organism that wasn't registered in the database. Maybe it's that thing. Such irresponsible remarks. I lent you a officer's reinforced suit, and you got nothing in return. So, that was an officer's suit. Reinforced suits are a lifeline in space, so they should have spent a bit more. If there had been a few more intermediate reinforced suits, or even just advanced ones, I wouldn't have been able to hunt them easily. Trying to save money will cost Samuel his own life. It seemed that he had similar thoughts to mine, as anger crept into Arnold's voice. If we had slightly better equipment, this disaster wouldn't have happened, Captain. What? And the statement that we got nothing is incorrect. We obtained information that the enemy is a highly intelligent, dangerous organism that can mimic human voices. Is that all you have to say? In the battlefield, gathering information is more important than anything else. We've obtained the minimum information about the enemy, and we need to act based on that. Ugh. There was a hint of irritation, but Arnold's voice remained steady. Samuel had no words to reply and simply clicked his tongue. So, is there a solution? We've already sent the soldiers, but there's something else we need to request. What is it? Please authorize the use of the plasma launcher in the armory. What? I had my doubts, but it seemed they actually had a plasma launcher. It didn't seem like it had been supplied to the entire unit judging by the nuance, but still. The plasma launcher was like a magical wand that could solve most problems, but the officers didn't seem to approve. Are you insane? Weren't we supposed to use that weapon for fighting pirates? This is a spaceship. Even if it's been modified into a research vessel, using a plasma launcher on board, if you want to commit suicide, go outside into space by yourself. Enough. As the navigation officer and the technology officer continued to squabble, Arnold shouted at them. They hesitated for a moment and then confronted Arnold again. Are you raising your voice at us? We cannot approve of using a plasma launcher on board. Arnold had excelled in everything he had done until now, but this operation had been a huge failure. As a result, his charisma had fallen irrecoverably. It was a reaction befitting a Megacorp member who always placed results above all else. It's about time to leave. The superiors were in a state of turmoil, and the subordinates were in a quandary about whether to stop them or let them go. This was the perfect moment for the prey to be choked in the enemy's confusion. Amorpha's delicate auxiliary organs began their search. The target was any movement within the command center. The tentacles at the tip of my chin twitched and felt the air. Then, a wave of information, like a swirling galaxy, poured in. The electromagnetic waves and heat emitted by computers and electronic devices, the faint mechanical noises made as precision components moved every time the ship's AI operated, human breath, the sound of clothes brushing against each other, the scent of sweat, the tremors of muscles, the beating of hearts, the sound of blood flowing through veins. It was a world that humans could never perceive. I glimpsed into the dimension of supersense perception and searched for my target. Arnold was the top priority target, but he was too far from my location. He had deliberately chosen a distant position because he knew I would be using the ventilation ducts. The one closest to me is... The information detected was that of a familiar individual I had seen several times before. A man with a somewhat timid appearance, with half of his head exposed, named Wei. He had become the temporary research officer in place of Kaiseraji Eugen and still tortured experiment subject 26 every day. I'll go for him. I had always planned to kill him someday. Fortunately, A good opportunity had presented itself, so there was no need to hesitate. I smashed the iron grill of the ventilation duct with my combat arm. The thin alloy grill shattered into pieces by my reinforced arm, which had become fluid. The AI would send a warning signal, but humans had to respond. Everything would be over before they saw the AI report. I gave strength to my legs, enhanced by the Enhanced Reflexes trait, TL/N. Enhanced Reflexes was previously translated as Enhanced Angular Momentum. We'll be using Enhanced Reflexes moving forward. My body leaped high as if stepping on a spring. While my body remained suspended in the air, Arnold was the first to react to the sound of the broken grill. His gaze turned towards the damaged ventilation duct. His eyes widened. He had recognized the attack. Soon, he would let out a scream of alarm, but by then, one person would already be dead because I was already above Wei's head. It was only after my body covered him that Wei reacted. He struggled as I perched on his shoulders, and I bit into his face. In an instant, his face was covered in blood due to my razor-sharp teeth. His facial skin tore apart, and his eyes and nose were damaged to the point of dysfunction. Wei, who had his face ripped apart by my sharp teeth, let out a scream of pain. Seeing his pitiful state, the other officers who had been watching in a daze turned pale. Ugh, it's a monster! Wei, who collapsed to the floor, covered in blood, and I moved to another officer who was nearby. The vivid Megacorp uniform was stained with blood and flesh. Aya, please spare me. Communications officer. Inform a ship. I couldn't leave them like that. I stopped attacking the officer and turned to the communications officer. Unlike the soldiers who had entered through the ventilation duct, he seemed to lack much combat experience. Seeing my bloodied appearance, he froze and couldn't move. I had no intention of showing mercy, so I lunged at him. Wow, I used my strength to topple him, and then I finished him off with my tail. Now, my tail, which had grown to the size of a dagger, pierced his eyes and penetrated his brain. As I retrieved my tail, which had created holes in his head, an energy projectile came flying from somewhere and struck my back. When I turned around, it was Arnold. He held a small laser pistol in his hand. An officer's pistol, I see. I thought he would run away, but it was unexpected. I shook my tail vigorously to flick off the splattered blood. Maybe he was just putting up a facade of trust, but he didn't back down and fired his pistol again. I lightly twisted my body to avoid it and approached him. He's not even wearing enhanced armor. Like the other officers, his attire was a uniform. Perhaps because he was a soldier, the color was red instead of white, but there was no defensive functionality. In other words, if I swung my arm, his upper and lower body would separate, and he would sprawl on the floor. GGRA. Having finished off Wei, who was groaning next to him with my tail, I prepared to leap at Arnold. As I prepared to kick off with my legs, the auxiliary organ vibrated heavily. My body floated in the air. Arnold fired his pistol belatedly, but all the shots missed. My tail pierced Arnold's abdomen. He took out a plasma pistol from his holster. I tried to dodge, but my tail was stuck in his body, so I couldn't avoid it. The plasma round destroyed my head. I died. It was like scenes passing by at an incredible speed, as if I had sped up the video dozens of times. It was an effect of precognition through the predator sense. A plasma pistol. Arnold had an unexpected weapon in his possession. The plasma pistol was one of the few plasma weapons that had successfully been lightweight. It had excellent killing power and it was as lightweight as a handgun, making it an excellent weapon. However, it had one downside. Its price was astronomically high. One of those pistols cost as much as 3 of these ships. Unless you had the wealth of a noble capital or a prime capital, you wouldn't even dream of owning such equipment. Darn it, it seems like he's connected to the Eugen family. That money-eating glutton, the plasma pistol could kill me. A shot to the head or chest would result in instant death, and even a graze would be at least a severe injury. So, I had to move cautiously. As my movements became more cautious, Arnold frowned. As expected, you figured it out. From his pocket, he pulled out a silver, thin, gun-shaped plasma pistol. Samuel, who had been hiding in the corner, along with the other officers, let out gasps of amazement. A plasma pistol? That expensive weapon. Arnold's tense expression from earlier turned into a relaxed smile, as if the tension had all been an act. I don't know your identity, but I have a feeling. Grr. A monster with various abilities. You resemble my master, Si Hyun Yujin. As he spoke, his gun was aimed at me. With my auxiliary organ extremely activated, I had read his body in advance, and I quickly leaped away. In my previous position, a green energy projectile exploded. The alloy plates, which were tough enough to withstand space debris, were shattered in a single shot. I will eliminate variables before my master arrives. Dodging his weapon, I took cover behind a computer. Our location was the bridge. It was an important facility, so he probably couldn't fire indiscriminately, but I couldn't be sure how long we could hold out. Tom was not on my side. Since everyone on board the ship was my enemy, the longer I delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for me. The situation isn't good. This was the biggest crisis I had faced since my birth in the cargo container. There were various factors threatening my survival, but there had never been a time when death was so close. No, to be more precise, it was from the moment I possessed Amorpha's body. I faced greater dangers than this. In space survival, I had experienced the worst situations as if they were nothing. Did I give up? Did I lose? Not all. The one who always stood at the end was me, the Amorph. You think you can kill me? Arnold was mistaken. Regardless of whether it was his master or anyone else, the one who would greet them would not be someone like Arnold, but rather me. Bears, lions, wolves. These are carnivorous animals we easily encounter through the media. In the media, they are often portrayed as killing machines or as incarnations of unrelenting violence. In reality, predators are not ruthless terminators, but rather closer to cowards. This isn't meant as an insult. Their cautiousness, bordering on timidity, is what makes them true hunters. As someone who enjoyed playing as a morph, I had deeply ingrained the lessons that nature had taught me, no matter how powerful my abilities were, even if I had more information at my disposal than anyone else. Without caution, you're useless. I remember this fact as I scouted the enemies. Arnold's heartbeat was steady. His earlier tension had clearly been an act. People would have likely analyzed me and taken action while others were dying. While they might not know that I possessed enhanced abilities like a biometric radar, they did know that I had some kind of heightened sensory perception. Quite impressive. I had deliberately killed the soldiers brutally to intimidate them, but it had no effect on Arnold. He emitted the scent of a seasoned hunter, unlike me, who had learned from nature. Who could be his mentor? The plasma pistol fired again. The high-energy blob incinerated the spot where I had been just moments ago. I raced across the bridge with sturdy legs like a wild horse, contemplating how to attack the enemy. First and foremost, the enemy's biggest weakness is the location. This was the bridge command center, filled with sensitive electronic equipment. Although the plasma pistol might be considered a relatively weak plasma weapon, it was still a powerful weapon that could penetrate even thick alloy plating. One wrong shot, and it could trigger a catastrophe. I didn't originally plan to use this, but even in the future shown by the Predator's sense, Arnold pulled out the pistol just before he was about to die. He was aware that using the pistol inside the ship was not appropriate. Crisis Management Officer, remember that we're in the command center. Be careful not to hit any machinery. Understood. Captain Samuel and the other officers offered their advice, but Arnold seemed uninterested in holstering the pistol. Fine. I guess it's me before the ship, then. It seemed that, in his eyes, I had a higher priority than the safety of the ship. It was understandable. I was the only obstacle in his plan. Even if the ship was damaged, capturing me here would be more favorable. However, despite having a powerful weapon, Arnold had disadvantages. At this point, his main duty was to protect the captain and the officers. He couldn't go to C-08 alone, so some of them were essential for navigation. He has many weaknesses, but my situation wasn't ideal either. This open space provided a good firing angle, and if it weren't for computer-like cover, I might have been hit by the pistol earlier. Even now, whenever I tried to approach an officer or the captain, Arnold would restrain me with his pistol. When I hid behind the computer, he stopped shooting. You little rat. Arnold cursed from a distance. It seemed like he was irritated or annoyed, but I could understand. That's a ruse. Arnold was hoping for a prolonged standoff. While he was keeping me in check, he used the communicator to call for the ship's personnel. This is the bridge command center. The creature has attacked this location. All available personnel, gather here. I wonder if that's how it will play out. The bear-like fox over there was using his formidable weapon to buy time. He wanted to capture me in this spot, but he definitely intended to leave the task of harming me to his soldiers. Certainly, my movements had become passive due to that pistol of his, so his plans seemed to be working quite well. Well, it's amusing to be deceived like this. With this level of judgment, he would rank above average among space survival players. Those who only hunted gentle prey and suddenly encountered a wolf among them would undoubtedly be tense. Since becoming a metamorph entity, this was the first crisis I had faced, and it was against a formidable adversary. After a long time, I felt my fighting spirit rising. What the hell? The soldiers who arrived late were shocked when they saw the bloodbath that had become of the Situation Room. Soldiers with little combat experience vomited on the spot, and the officers looked dismayed at the sight of Arnold's lifeless body. You damn bastards! Why are you here now? Sorry, sir. Samuel berated them angrily. There was no trace of the trembling figure that had been hiding in the corner just moments ago. Samuel, who had a duty to protect the crew, was shamelessly acting as if nothing had happened. Clean up this mess immediately. Understood. Although the soldiers wore discontent on their faces, their superior was the captain, and furthermore, he was the captain of a ship. They got to work without any military formality, recovering the bodies lying in the room. Darn it, how many of them died? Of all the times to be attacked, it had to be when the essential crew members were gathered for navigation. And to make matters worse, the creature had intentionally targeted the most important individuals among them. Research officer, technology officer, chef officer, navigation officer, crisis management officer. They're all dead. The deaths of the technology officer and the crisis management officer were particularly painful. Technology officer was responsible for the ship's maintenance and repair, while the crisis management officer handled combat situations. Both were essential talents when dealing with pirates. He would die and never know that the monster had deliberately taken him out first. In this state, there's no way I can survive encountering pirates. Samuel was completely inexperienced in combat. Although this research vessel had been converted into a warship, he was not a soldier. He was just a wealthy man who had purchased a second-hand spaceship. The chances of him effectively commanding the battle-hardened pirates against him were close to zero. In that case, it would be better to appoint a new crisis management officer to oversee the soldiers. Who among the soldiers has the highest rank? Over here, Captain. From now on, you're the crisis management officer. I hope you'll command the soldiers and protect the ship. Though he had risen through the ranks to become a few steps higher in officer ranking, his expression was far from bright. He knew that the battle with the pirates was not far off. However, making someone an officer was not a fundamental solution. The creature was still roaming somewhere within the ship, and the encounter with the pirates was scheduled in 2 days. Should he just break the agreement and flee? He pondered this, but realized that the navigation officer, who would calculate the course, had also died. Although Samuel was the captain and could set the course himself, he was not proficient in making detailed adjustments. Moreover, the enemy was well aware of their position. Regardless of how poorly they attempted to escape, the pirates would quickly pursue them. Damn it, should I just abandon everything and run away? In reality, fleeing on an escape pod would lead to a predetermined fate for Samuel, becoming a debt slave or being pursued by noble capital. Neither outcome was pleasant, but being alive was better than being dead. As he contemplated this escape, the conversation among the soldiers reached his ears. This looks different from a regular pistol, doesn't it? It looks like a weapon, team leader. Seeing what they were holding, Samuel's eyes widened. Hey, you there? Yes. Bring what you're holding over here. The items the soldiers were carrying turned out to be plasma pistols. Samuel, who had received one, checked the remaining energy. 60%. Good. With more than half of its energy intact, it was sufficient for personal defense. There was some wear and tear on the weapon, but Samuel, not being a soldier, didn't understand the significance of that. Samuel sent the soldiers away and stared blankly at the chaotic bridge. At that moment, the medical officer approached him. His hands were covered in blood from helping the soldiers with the bodies. "Is there anyone left alive?" "Except for the temporary research officer, who was attacked first. Everyone else has died." "What?" "Senior researcher Wei isn't dead. We put him in the recovery room. Luckily, he seems to have immunity to the creature's neurotoxin, but he has suffered permanent damage to his vision, smell, and taste organs. Even if he survives, he'll have to live with tubes for the rest of his life." Despite the mention of luck, Wei's condition was so gruesome that death might have been preferable. The mere description was horrifying enough to make Samuel shake his head. "Medical officer, is there really no way?" "What do you mean? We not only have the creature to deal with, but also the pirates." The medical officer was someone with experience in treating others, not someone who would kill. Samuel knew this, but he was feeling too frustrated, so he asked anyway. "What about surrendering to the space dogs?" "What? Haha, you have a good sense of humor. Will Megacorp just leave us alone?" Samuel chuckled dryly at the joke, which was far from funny, but the medical officer had a serious expression. The space dogs were a pirate group known for their looting, and they had few sympathizers. With their constant warring against various races, the lives of space dog members were worth less than fleas. Consequently, they were always short on highly educated professionals, especially those essential for navigation and combat, such as doctors. And the medical officer was the most exceptional doctor on this ship. These rich guys only care about saving themselves. The space dogs had a reputation for skinning the heads of any cartel they captured. Samuel, the richest man on the ship, did not want to become another mask in the cartel leader's collection. Put aside the pointless chatter and take care of the lower-ranked crew members. "Got it. Ahem." Samuel gave the medical officer a cold look as he cleared his throat. With an imminent crisis at hand, there was no one reliable left. The soldiers were busy tidying up the control room, the officers were pondering countermeasures, and the medical officer seemed lost in thought. The only person he had somewhat trusted was now being carried out as a headless corpse. "What should I do from here on?" With a sigh, Samuel left the command center. They were all enduring a tough day, but they didn't yet know that hell had just begun. "I've eliminated most of the important figures." Samuel had left a formidable adversary behind, even though he was still far from being my rival. When Arnold, the sharpest mind among them, died, the future of the crew was sealed. Furthermore, the ship's top technician had also fallen into my hands. In other words, even if there were issues with the ship's operation machinery, it would become difficult to repair. Even if the AI reported a problem, it would take time to resolve. In the meantime, I had something to do: expanding the hive. It was time to start infiltrating not only the ventilation ducts, but also the key facilities inside the ship. I needed to disable the high-level security AI-equipped places, such as the armory and the laboratory, before the enemies got organized. I didn't plan to destroy these facilities personally. Instead, I would create new nests to contaminate them. The mucus from the spores is toxic to humans. I affectionately stroked a cute spore. It responded by releasing a sticky liquid. When the mucus solidified, it became difficult to break with conventional tools. Moreover, even if only a part was destroyed, it would regenerate instantly. It could only be completely eliminated if the roots were destroyed with a weapon like a flamethrower. I had kept only one nest for so long because there was a limit to how many I could create. In a hatchling state, I could have only one nest, and in the metamorph state, I could add 2 more. That meant I could have a total of 3 nests right now. Since a nest was already in the cold storage, I could choose 2 more locations. Where should I put them? First and foremost, the dining hall was a priority. Eating was the most crucial element for human survival. Placing a nest in the dining hall would contaminate the stored food and disrupt the enemy's supplies. The problem was where to put the other nest. Should it be in the armory or the laboratory? The armory contained plasma launchers. It was the right move to remove them immediately, considering it was a weapon that could end me. If I were a regular Amorph, I would have acted that way. But I'm going to steal the launcher. The plasma launcher was incredibly heavy, making it impossible for an ordinary human to lift alone. However, I was an Amorph with 4 strong arms, and carrying it wouldn't be a problem. Due to my body structure, I couldn't use it as skillfully as a human, but I knew how to operate it, so there wouldn't be any major issues. I didn't plan to do this, but Arnold's words stuck with me. The one he served, Si Hyun Yujin, was a mystery. I don't know what kind of person they are, but it's clear they had some connection with the pirates. Perhaps they had infiltrated this place among the pirates. There was nothing scarier than an unknown enemy. I needed to gather as many useful cards on my side as possible. I'll acquire only the launcher in the armory and place the nest in the laboratory. The reason for targeting the laboratory was simple. It stored a large number of genetic samples. Several races, including Megacorp, possessed the technology to refine genes, gathering only the essence of organisms and extracting it. Even if I ate it, the predation effect would still be triggered. From this perspective, it might seem more convenient to target only genetic samples. However, there is a significant drawback to this method. The probability is much lower. Compared to the probability of gaining traits by eating regular organisms, it was less than 10%. Even the probability of the predation effect being triggered by eating a corpse was not high, and it would be even lower in this case. It was safe to say that it would be difficult to gain traits this way. Even if I eat all the samples in the lab, it's not like I'll get more than 5, right? Still, if I could secure just 2 physical-related traits, I could become a physically enhanced type. To become a psychic enhanced type, I need only 1 more trait related to psychic powers, but the chances of obtaining one on this ship are slim. Plus, psionium there too. Having psionium would be essential for fighting the pirates, as it will allow me to harness the abilities of the Ascendant. Now that I have a goal, should I start moving? Now is the time when the crew will be having their meals. I decided to place a nest in the laboratory first. I made my way straight to the laboratory. The laboratory was much more chaotic than before. All the soldiers were deployed for the search, and there was not a single person guarding the place. The strict security measures were still in place, but the technical team, like the soldiers, was too preoccupied to pay attention to this area. I found a spot a little away from the laboratory. Hello. I was about to excrete mucus from my mouth when someone called me. It was Bubble Amoeba Experiment Subject 26 in the laboratory. You seem to be in a good mood. There was a lively energy emanating from its vibrations. I responded to it through the psychic organ at the back of my head. ZZZZ seems to be in a good mood. Yeah, not hurt. Was there no experiment today? Come to think of it, with the ship in this state, the researchers were unlikely to come and go freely. They were probably all holed up in their rooms. In that case, shall I venture out a bit more boldly? I gradually moved higher within the laboratory. The internal AI installed here detected the vibration and emitted a red light. By now, the ship's AI would have detected something abnormal and would have communicated with the technical and security teams. What's up? ZZZ, wait. I waited for about 30 minutes, but I didn't see a single person. I checked all the surrounding areas with the auxiliary sensors, but there was no approaching human. It was clear. The ship's security system had not been restored yet. There was no need to move stealthily anymore. I smashed the ventilation duct and set my foot on the laboratory floor. ZZ, it's been a while. Yeda, Subject 26, whom I hadn't seen in a while, looked healthy. I had only seen it pale white before, but today the distinct pink hue of the bubble amoeba was vivid. Seeing the creature happily frolic made me suddenly wonder, should I take it with me? Subject 26 is the only living being on this ship with which I've established a friendly relationship. If it had possessed valuable genes, I would have captured it without hesitation. But it's a bubble amoeba. Unless it's in a situation where it needs to eat anything due to extreme nutrient deficiency, there's no reason to kill it. If it stays here, it will starve to death. We don't know when the researchers will return. Since bubble amoebas are immune to toxicity like space jellyfish, I could either leave it in a nest or take it with me. If it's food, I can give it some calorie bars or even human flesh. Zizi, you want to go out? Go out. Where? Zizi, outside the lab. Yeah, I want to go out. That was a straightforward response. That settled subject 26's fate. I signaled to be careful, then shattered the glass container. I reached out and grabbed the creature, which was about to be washed away along with the liquid inside. Having been immersed in a liquid for a long time, it seemed awkward for the creature to suddenly breathe fresh air. It shrank and swelled repeatedly before finally returning to its normal state. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It seemed to quite enjoy the taste of freedom. It happily stuck to my arm. I gently stroked it with my smaller arms and then placed it on the floor for a moment. Zizi, wait. What are you doing? Zizi, gonna make a nest. While the creature watched me, I scattered mucus all around the laboratory. Subject 26 followed me curiously, and out of curiosity, it swallowed some of the mucus. However, it was immune to toxicity and seemed unaffected. The laboratory, once spotlessly clean, had transformed into the most contaminated space on this ship in just a few hours. The translucent mucus solidified into grotesque brown streaks, and disgusting fluids oozed from the numerous spores scattered everywhere. It no longer looked like a laboratory, but more like a cursed and decaying swamp. The laboratory is finished with this. Thanks to there being no one around, I was able to expand it quickly. I created nests much larger than the ventilation duct nests. However, I was suddenly famished. I smashed the test tubes and pulled out the brains and organs inside. It's not exactly delicious. Compared to humans, it didn't taste good. Rather than savoring the taste, I needed to focus on the nutritional supply. I thought of it as eating a tasteless hamburger as I bit into the brain. While I was munching away, Subject 26 climbed up onto my shoulder. It seemed hungry too, so I tore off a small piece and offered it. The creature happily accepted and devoured it. After filling my stomach roughly, I checked the freezer. Inside were large quantities of genetic samples. I swept them up and put them directly into my mouth. The security alarm on the wall was blaring like crazy, but I ignored it. A semi-transparent text box popped up in front of me a few times, but I continued to ignore it and focused on eating. When I was about halfway done, my auxiliary sensors detected a person's approach. They're finally here. There were two approaching figures. One at a steady stride, likely a soldier, while the other was a civilian, probably a researcher. Even if a whole platoon came, there would still be insufficient numbers. I wanted to snicker, but unfortunately, a morph doesn't have a nose. I ceased what I was eating and left the freezer. Whoa, what's this? The two standing at the entrance were gaping at the contaminated lab. They stood there in shock, even though they were calling for backup. The price of their foolishness was death. I hid among the brown tendrils and lunged at the soldier first. He was startled and aimed his laser rifle at me, but I could tell. My auxiliary system calculated his movements and the direction of the muzzle in an instant. As expected, the laser missed and hit an unintended spot. Meanwhile, my tail did not miss. The toxin-filled sting crushed his ribcage and tore his lungs apart. Ugh! The soldier coughed up blood once and bent his head down. He had yellow fluid flowing from his lower body and the pungent smell of ammonia detected by my auxiliary system. I approached the researcher, who was now on the ground with no strength left in his legs. Eek. Spare me. He was writhing on the ground. Yellow liquid oozed from his lower body, and the foul stench of ammonia reached my auxiliary sensors. I was about to finish him off when I felt Subject 20x's excitement on my shoulder. Zizi, why are you doing this? It hurts. He's in pain. Subject 26's vocabulary was limited, so I was momentarily confused. This person seemed to be one of the participants in the bubble amoeba experiment. He was likely experiencing anger because the person who tormented him was right in front of him. Bubble amoebas can kill humans too. Subject 26 was about the size of a basketball, which meant it could easily melt down a human head. I lightly pricked the researcher with the tip of my tail. The toxin spread through his body, rendering him practically immobile. I placed Subject 26 on his head. Understanding my intent, Subject 26 spread itself wide, covering the researcher's head. Would the pitiful soldier who was instantly killed feel worse? Or would the researcher who suffered the agony of his melting head before dying feel worse? In the end, what does it matter which process leads to death? While Subject 26 enjoyed its meal, I also feasted on the soldier's corpse. After that, there were no more visitors. I completed my first act of revenge, carrying Subject 26 and returned to the nest in the lab. Behind us, the only thing left was the skeletal remains of a researcher's head. After finishing all the chores in the lab, a new translucent text box appeared before me. Currently, there is one potential specialized type. Do you want to unlock the physical enhancement type? Having achieved my goal, I smiled. Lucky me. I acquired a total of 3 traits in the lab. Despite consuming over 500 samples, the predation effect only triggered 3 times. It was an unlucky outcome by any measure, but I was still satisfied. I met the conditions for type acquisition, and besides, since I also secured useful traits, it's not just about filling up the numbers, but also having traits that can be actively used in combat. The new traits I've gained are Natural Regeneration, Serrated Tentacles, and Contamination Organ, totaling 3. Among them, the Natural Regeneration trait had merged with my robust vitality to become Regeneration Fusion. I was aiming for psychic-related traits next, and this worked out well. A morph can't protect their body by wearing armor, so healing-related traits were more valuable than anything else. With them, he could quickly recover from significant injuries. As long as I have the regeneration trait, I wouldn't die unless my brain is destroyed. It might take some time, depending on the extent of the injury, but I would eventually recover. The only exceptions were attacks using psychic powers or special weapons. Serrated Tentacles and the Contamination Organ are good traits too. I focus my strength on the upper arms of my combat limbs. Thin, long tentacles with saw-like protrusions emerge from my palms. These tentacles, with serrated edges, could easily tear through a person as if they were slicing through butter. Normally, it's a trait I don't use much because of its fragility. But things will be different once I acquired the type. When upgraded by the physical enhancement type, these serrated edges would become sturdy enough to pierce through the hull of a spaceship. Normal soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against them. I retracted the tentacles that had extended from my hands. Lastly, the Contamination Organ. This time it was the lower arm's turn, not the upper one's. I bent down, placing my palm on the floor. Brown slime and clusters of spores flowed out from holes in my palm. The Contamination Organ, in simple terms, was a trait that turned me into a walking nest. Whenever I wanted, spores identical to those in the nest could be ejected. The difference was that with the Contamination Organ, I could apply some of my traits to the spores I created. In other words, I could create spores that emitted neurotoxic substances, produced acidic fluids, or enhanced the regenerative effects of my body. With this ability alone, it would be possible to turn the entire spaceship into my fortress. It was a perfect ability for dealing with powerful enemies. From tentacles to spores, any one of these abilities would terrify a sane human who witnessed them. However, I was extremely satisfied. After checking the new traits one by one, I temporarily set down 26 on my shoulder. A translucent text box was waiting for my response. I had only one response to give. Accept. As soon as I accepted, changes began in my body. Bones twisted, breaking through the chitinous exoskeleton. The outer layer swelled up like it had absorbed water. Since it was all a natural change, there was no blood or pain involved. It felt like the surface, skin, and muscles were adjusting to the transformation, similar to stretching. Unlike when I evolved into a fluid, the transformation due to the type didn't take long. After the mutation was complete, the translucent text box appeared before me again. Race: unidentified aggressive space morph. Status: metamorph. Objective: survive. First evolution successful. Possess traits: physical-related applied type wings, chitinous exoskeleton, regeneration, fusion, neurotoxin glands, fusion, reinforced exoskeleton, acidic blood, enhanced reflexes, mimicry, serrated tentacles, contamination organ. Psychic-related, predator sense, fusion, psychic organ. Type, physical enhancement type. Currently, there's only one type available for specialization. Psychic enhancement type 2-6. Upon acquiring the first type, the traits were reclassified according to the type requirements. Thanks to obtaining the physical enhancement type, there was a message next to the physical-related traits stating, type applied. Furthermore, looking below, I noticed that the number of required traits to secure the psychic enhancement type had increased from 3 to 6. TSK, type penalty. I knew it, but seeing it now made me slightly disappointed. A morph could acquire types without any restrictions, but with each increase in the number of types held, there was a penalty. The required number of traits to obtain a new type doubled. For example, if I had obtained the psychic enhancement type first, the required number of traits for the physical enhancement type would increase from 10 to 20. Alternatively, if I unlocked a different type from my current situation before the psychic enhancement type, it would require 12 traits for the psychic enhancement type. So, there are cases where you deliberately delay unlocking types. It's because haphazardly unlocking less efficient types could lead to a situation where you can't acquire the important ones. If this were a game, I would have put more thought into the timing of type acquisition. The increase in the restriction for obtaining difficult-to-acquire psychic-related traits to 6 was burdensome. But here, it was reality, and a battle with pirates awaited me. There was imminent danger, and procrastinating to get stronger and then dying would be pointless. Okay, enough of that. Let's see what has changed. For a while, I would have to rely on the physical enhancement type, so I needed to check how much I had improved. The first sensation I felt was heaviness. Previously, I felt agile and flexible, but now it was different. My entire body felt heavy and solid. How should I describe it? It felt like going from a leopard to a rhinoceros. Well, it's inevitable, given the additions I've got. Currently, my head was covered with thick armor similar to the exoskeleton of the chest. My arms and legs, apart from the joints, were wrapped in thick, sturdy biological armor. Perhaps to support the increased weight of my body, I had grown a bit taller. My height, which used to be around 1 meter, was now over 1 meter 50 centimeters. Legs with the enhanced reflexes trait had become much thicker compared to other parts. I tried placing my hand on the wall, and I could still climb the wall or crawl on the ceiling. However, there was no way to avoid the thudding sound. The strategy of killing the sound and ambushing the enemy became impossible. Finally, one of my main weapons, the tail, had also grown under the influence of the type. The length of the tail was just shy of 2 meters. It has almost doubled in size now. It's a medium-range attack method. That's great. There have been several occasions when I was in danger because of the distance when ambushing the enemy. To me, both the tentacles and the tail were like a godsend. It's big, big. While examining my body, 26, who was beside me, showed signs of astonishment. From its perspective, it must have seemed like I had suddenly grown. ZZZZ, it's grown. Grown? What do you mean? ZZ, the offspring has become an adult. Offspring? It's a baby. A big baby. Baby. 26 repeated the word baby while looking at me. They call me a baby. Well, it wasn't entirely wrong. Biologically speaking, as a metamorph, I could be considered an immature organism, so the definition of baby was quite fitting. Of course, the parents raising an amorph baby would probably want to die. I'd like to explain more about my changes, but it seems impossible to match it with its limited vocabulary. I'll teach it when it learns to speak properly someday. I lifted 26, who was hopping around energetically, back onto my shoulder to head to our next destination. Baby, where are we going? Thunking footsteps echoed through the corridor. If there had been crew members here, I wonder how they would have reacted to the sight. Would they burst into tears at the sight of a monster they couldn't handle? Or would they rush to the escape pods? Well, let's find out now. Regardless of what happens, one thing is certain. They will regret and lament ever getting on this ship and wonder why they thought of boarding it. A day had passed since the disaster in the Bridges Command Center. At any other time, the crew members would have mourned for those who had met a tragic end. But right now, they couldn't afford to. The rumors were gradually spreading, and the metallic gremlin, or rather, something even more terrifying was swiftly devouring the life forms inside the ship. Humans are resilient creatures, but when faced with something unbearable, they lose their minds. Less than a day after the disaster, another attack by the monsters occurred. This time, it invaded the cafeteria, slaughtering over 50 unarmed soldiers. With more than half of the defending forces on board the research vessel dead, Captain Samuel locked himself in his quarters with the remaining soldiers. Officially, it was stated as concentrating defense in one location, but in reality, it was abandoning the remaining personnel. The number of abandoned individuals was rapidly decreasing. Inside the research ship, shrouded in an unknown and monstrous presence from outside the cosmos or born from experiments, it was hell. The medical room's recovery chamber. Dr. Wei, the temporary officer of the research team, was inside. Thanks to Megacorp's advanced medical technology, he could quickly regain consciousness. However, it also meant that he had to face the situation he did not want to confront. Permanent loss of vision and sense of smell, half of his facial skin damaged, loss of taste due to residual effects of neurotoxin, and severe speech impairment. Wei wanted to believe that he was having a nightmare. Why did he have to suffer such agony? He was just a kind human who would live a life similar to others at Megacorp. Of course, not without being responsible for the deaths of quite a few who had worked under him to reach the position of senior researcher. But that's how they all lived. In competition, losing meant dying. Wei wanted to end his own life, but the life support devices in the recovery chamber wouldn't let him. The only action permitted to him was to look down at his pitiful state. In this manner, suffering every second and every hour, he belatedly noticed the changes around him. The sounds of doctors that had tormented his ears until a moment ago had completely disappeared. Apart from a signal sound produced by the vital check machine, there was absolute silence. What's going on? What happened? In a medical room with critical patients, this kind of silence was never a good sign. The endless, eerie silence was shattered by the sound of something moving. Wei initially thought it was the sound of combat boots, but it wasn't. The footsteps were much heavier than those of a human, causing the entire medical room to vibrate with each thud. Thump, 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 echoing throughout the medical room. With each vibration, Wei's body trembled violently. An unfriendly presence was approaching, and he wanted to flee, but he couldn't. The painkillers automatically administered by the life support devices rendered his body unresponsive. Then, the footsteps finally ceased. Wei, unable to see, could still sense that it was nearby. Its breath, its growling. He had an intuition that the thing beside him was the same monster that had attacked him in the command center. It had come all the way here to end his life. Initially terrified by the strange sensation of something crawling on his head, Wei had expected it to kill him. However, his expectations were way off. The entity now atop his head was squishy and soft. It flowed down his entire head like chocolate syrup drizzled over a round bun. The sensation was utterly out of place, and for a moment, Wei was perplexed. But then he felt excruciating pain throughout his face. It was as if someone was branding his face with fire. In the sensation of his head melting away, he silently screamed, "Ugh, ack! Someone please! Someone in me!" If it weren't for the oxygen respirator attached to his mouth, Wei would have suffocated in less than 5 minutes. Or, if the painkillers and healing agents being injected into his body weren't there, he would have gone into shock immediately. Ironically, all these factors were working against Wei's desire for a quick death. Fate didn't allow him a peaceful end. It took an hour before Wei was granted release. "Are you done eating?" "Yeah." I lifted 26, who had finished its meal and revenge, onto my hand. Over the course of a day, it has gained quite a bit of weight. How does it feel to have taken revenge? Revenge? What's revenge? You ate the one who tormented you. Food. Tasty. It seemed like 26 didn't possess higher-level emotions like revenge. Either it hadn't learned it yet, or it was inherently impossible for it to think that way. But this is reality, so who knows? Originally, a creature that couldn't even speak was now conversing casually. Moreover, considering how researchers were particularly interested in it. There must be something unique about it. It's not evolving into a seed demon or anything, right? Seed demons were creatures that, like bubble amoebas, existed only on the ocean planet. They resembled bubble amoebas in appearance, but were over 30 meters in size and had numerous tentacles hidden inside their bodies. Because of their similar appearance, there were often discussions in the community about whether bubble amoebas and seed demons were related. Of course, in this game, there was more than one creature that looked similar, so such claims were meaningless. Number 26, who had no idea what I was thinking, emitted a signal towards me. "Hey, I'm full." A faint light emanated from its body. To the best of my knowledge, that expression meant it was tired. Now, with it looking more chubby than chubby, I lifted it onto my shoulder and left the medical room. Outside the medical room, in the corridor, there was no sign of the cleanliness and futuristic appearance that had been there before. The corridor was filled with dirty, mold-like brown stems. From the ceiling and walls, spores were being spread like watering a cursed garden teeming with life. It looked more like the interior of a decaying, insect-infested tree trunk than a metallic conduit. Having taken control of half the ship, I set out to find my next prey. The age where the endless expanse of space above our heads has become a reality. In space, humanity was divided into two major factions, Megacorp and Star Union. Both were powerful enough to control dozens or even hundreds of star systems, but in the vast and expansive universe, they were mere specks of dust. Infinite space, filled with countless galaxies and celestial bodies, extended beyond their reach. For example, C08 was one such place. In this uncharted territory untouched by Megacorp, Star Union, or any other sentient beings, hostile entities lurked in groups. C08 was an area managed by the Space Dogs, a particularly ruthless cartel among them. The D'Vorah Cartel. Notorious raiders were currently ravaging the newcomers who had entered their territory. "Help, please! Gah!" The agonized cries filled the luxurious interior of the passenger ship. Inside the vessel, armed guards lay lifeless alongside innocent victims. Take everything they have. Kill the men and violate the women. The ruthless raiders were anything but ordinary. Some had ant-like heads, while others had half-machine bodies. Some carried loot, while others dragged noble women away with sinister grins, disappearing into the unknown. Although the raiders' appearances and actions were diverse, they all shared one common trait: a crimson clover tattooed near their shoulders, signifying allegiance to Elchin D'Vorah, the leader of the D'Vorah Cartel. The members of the D'Vorah Cartel were all former soldiers, mercenaries, or criminals, making them a burly bunch. They all boasted above-average, muscular bodies, but one among them stood out. Standing at a towering 3 meters tall, his entire body was covered in muscles. His head resembled a lion with red, mane-like hair and bestial ears. His right eye and arm were cybernetic. A hybrid of human, beast, and machine, he was none other than Elchin D'Vorah, the head of a large family of 50 people. Seated diagonally in the captain's chair, he watched disinterestedly as his subordinates plundered. Next to his chair, heaps of spoils collected by his subordinates were piled up, but he showed no interest whatsoever. These measly riches, what a waste of effort. As Elchin was sticking out his tongue, he locked eyes with one of the captives who had been led away by his subordinates. The captive, or rather, the ship's captain, shouted upon seeing Elchin. "Look here, Captain. How can you do this to us?" Elchin replied, "What are you talking about? We hired your mercenary group for protection. Is this how you protect us?" Elchin, a hulking mutant from Megacorp, stood out even among the other cartel leaders. Those unfamiliar with him might be surprised by his genetically altered appearance, but Elchin's true weapon was not his physique. Elchin's true weapon was his cunningness. He was a member of the Space Dogs cartel, but had brazenly registered as a mercenary under Megacorp. His preferred tactic was to turn against his employers when he deemed them gullible. "You foolish idiot. Who hires mercenaries for protection anyway? What? Do you think we're friends? It's absurd to expect that a complete stranger you've paid a few bucks to will solve all your problems. You shameless. Why are you acting this way? You're just trying to save money, too. Megacorp swine always act like this. You son of a... There was no obligation to respond to the loser's barking. Elchin responded to the captain's curses by merely turning a deaf ear. By now, the Megacorp Defense Force must have received the distress signal and mobilized. When they arrive, all of you will face execution. Oh, how terrifying. Go ahead, take them away. Prophet, it's not worth killing all of you. I'll tell the Defense Force myself to turn all of you into Hulk mutants. Wait. Elchin's eyebrows twitched. The tuft of fur between his beast-like ears quivered, as if expressing his discomfort. He despised the idea of turning them into Hulk mutants because he had been forcibly subjected to genetic modification by Megacorp. The foolish captain had touched a nerve. Elchin rose from his seat and approached the captain. When his subordinate, who had been holding the captain, extended his hand, he pulled a machete from his belt and handed it to Elchin. The machete, commonly known as a jungle sword, looked like a mere dagger in his hands, given his towering height of over 3 meters. His appearance was quite, if not extremely, intimidating, causing the captain to swallow hard. What is it? Hey there, Captain. It seems you're not well-versed in Megacorp mercenary laws, so let me educate you. If mercenaries betray their employers during a mission, it's a grave offense. But it's invalid if there are no witnesses to prove it, you know? What are you saying? You called in the Defense Force, didn't you? What a waste of effort. There's no one here to explain your side of the story. The captain's face turned pale as he understood the implications. Hey, are you planning to exterminate us? I don't know about such noble phrasing, but there's one thing for sure. Elchin grabbed the captain's hair ruthlessly. Despite the captain's screams of pain and futile kicks, they were no match for the monstrous muscles before him. My hobby involves stripping the skins off Megacorp swine. The machete in Elchin's hand gleamed ominously. By the time his hobby was over, there were no living humans left inside the passenger ship. As always, after the looting was done, there was nothing but an unpleasant silence. While his subordinates cleaned up, Elchin returned to his training room. The pirates who had been guarding the ship all came out to welcome him. Have you returned? Yeah. Handle things as usual. Understood. The deputy captain disappeared somewhere with the face skin Elchin had thrown. After undergoing some proper treatment, that face skin was intended to adorn Elchin's throne. Come to think of it, don't we have more to do today? What do you mean? You're off the hook. Bring garlic. A little later, a petite woman with black hair and glasses was brought in by the subordinate. She was the cartel's ace known as Garlic, owing to her exceptional intelligence. Her colleagues nicknamed her that because she was rumored to always smell like garlic. With her long hair flowing and shoulders hunched, Garlic, who appeared timid to anyone, greeted Elchin with a trembling voice. Oh, hello. Boss, you called? Yeah, there's some work around here, right? What happened? Well, I was supposed to meet someone around here today, but they suddenly lost contact, so... What? As Elchin frowned, Garlic visibly shrank. If it had been another subordinate, they would have been swiftly dealt with, but Garlic was the smartest person in the cartel. She was a woman of unknown origin, but her intelligence and obedience had earned her Elchin's favor. Elchin calmed his anger and asked her to explain. Explain properly. I have an acquaintance on the research ship led by Captain Samuel. They asked me to help with the disposal of a body that came from there. Samuel's family? What brings them all the way here? Well, fine. So who's the body? It's a noble capital body. A woman from the Eugen family. Titan's third capital asking for the disposal of a corpse from Earth's noble capital. That was quite an imbalance, considering their status difference. Those crazy bastards. How much are they offering? Well, during the last communication, they said they could give 1 million credits. 1 million. Elchin chuckled. He knew well how meticulous the noble capitals were in handling bodies. Even if they offered 10 million or 100 million credits, it was an unacceptable condition. There's a conspiracy here. Elchin had been aware of the uneasy atmosphere within Megacorp recently. Rumors have been circulating that the old king of Earth's Eugen family was being challenged by the young blood of Mars Eden family. Although it had nothing to do with Elchin, he still smelled money. The primary business of the Eden family was ship development, but secretly, they were focusing a lot of effort on genetic modification. What Elchin knew was that he was secretly developing a prototype of a new Hulk mutant directly from the Eden family. Wait a minute. What if I intercept the body and hand it over to Eden? He didn't know the identity of the body, but if it was from the Eugen family, it was obvious they had undergone some extreme genetic modification. Being practically a living relic from the Earth's noble capital, they would certainly pay a fortune. Of course, Elchin despised the Eden family, but personal grudges and credits were separate matters. Actually, if I do this, it might lead to a showdown between Eden and Eugen, and both of them will be screwed. Determined to loot the body, Elchin asked Garlic again. Communication went down, you say? Was it an attack? That I'm not sure about. Whoever they are, they must be pretty audacious to cause such a commotion in our territory, right? Garlic, having sensed that her boss was lost in thought, quietly withdrew. After the cleanup was finished and his subordinates returned, Elchin gave the order. As soon as the cleanup is done, we'll depart. Our destination is Samuel's ship. Prepare for communication tracking. Yes. As his subordinates moved efficiently, Elchin pondered his next steps. Once the cleanup was complete and the returning subordinates were aboard, the Dvara assault ship disappeared from the spot at superluminal speed. The remaining passenger ship soon exploded and turned into cosmic dust, leaving no trace of the unfortunate souls that had been here. I woke up from my rest, and there was a slight impact outside the ship. I thought it might be a collision with space debris, but it seemed too artificial, as if someone were knocking on the ship's door. It's them. I focused my senses linked to the nest on the location of the impact. I could feel the ship's hull like my own body, and the outline of the one causing the impact became clear. Unlike the round and oval research ships, this one had a long, sleek design that reminded me of black. The surface of the ship was painted with red clovers. No one would graffiti a ship like this except the space dogs. The battleship was attempting a forced docking with the research ship, pushing against the damaged outer wall. Through the breach, a few individuals entered the research ship. They're fast. Their actions were impeccable, typical of professional military personnel. Once they entered the research ship, their destination was clear: the bridge. Whether they're smart or just plain foolish, any typical sentient being would hesitate in a situation where it was evident that the ship was in an abnormal state. But they acted without hesitation. The current state of the Samuel's research ship was so distorted that it would be difficult to recognize its original form. Even this pinnacle of advanced engineering designed to withstand the harsh conditions of space had become useless in the face of amorphous presence. The smoothly polished alloy corridors had deteriorated to the point where the brownish stems jutted out like veins. The ceiling and floor relentlessly dripped a mixture of neurotoxins and corrosive substances. The melted alloy sections were now filled with the nest secretions. Without someone to tell them that this place was a ship, no one would think it was anything other than a naturally formed structure. In a way, this place could be considered a kind of garden specially created for a specific entity. The owner of this garden was me, the Amorph. Like tomb raiders seeking treasure, they were blinded by greed. They didn't even know where they had set foot. I am currently lying in the second nest installed in the laboratory, monitoring the intruders. The unsuspecting intruders were manipulating the communication system on the bridge. Through the nest, the enhanced psychic device read the flow of their radio waves. Bridge secured. But something strange. What is it? There's no one on the ship, and strange trees are growing. Trees? Would there be plants in space? It's real, boss. That little shit. I'll go check it myself. Or else, get ready to have your head smashed. Yes, the one speaking with a punk-like attitude must be the leader. The leader had an unmistakable presence that set him apart from the others. A Hulk mutant. The sound of two high-powered hearts beating could be heard from his body. Seeing faint radio waves flowing over his skin, it seemed like he had implanted multiple mechanical devices. Following the leader, others also infiltrated the research ship one by one. I checked each of them as they crossed over. A pheromone is coming from his body. He's an insect man. Instead of a heartbeat, this one makes machine noises. A Star Union cyborg. A multi-species cartel. That's convenient. The conditions for evolving into an ascendant entity required killing 10 individuals of 2 different species each, whose genetic material I would consume. Currently, I had filled half of them as humans, so the rest needed to be filled with 10 individuals from a different species. So far, the Star Union has the most with 12, but what will happen now? In the game, it didn't matter how they were treated as different races, but in reality, who knows? According to the settings, they were still considered humans, so whether to treat them as humans or an independent race would have to be determined by trying it out. Continuing to wait, the number of individuals who entered the research ship was a total of 29. I thought that was the end, but one more human crossed over at the end. The individual seemed extremely ordinary. So, I initially didn't pay much attention, but upon a second look, I felt something strange. Can a person be this ordinary? So far, I've devoured over 100 humans, but among them, there hasn't been a single one with a normal or average body condition. Every human had unique movements and sounds, like fingerprints. However, the newcomer is different. Their body is anything but ordinary, almost as if someone calculated the average for all humans and produced this person like a machine-made copy of normal. In summary, the individual's body was arbitrary. Instead of a brain, there was a computer in their head, so they were meticulously pretending to be average. A noteworthy character. Let's remember that. With the arrival of this suspicious individual, no one else entered the ship. Now it's my turn. I disengaged from the nest and got up. Number 26, who had been resting nearby, reacted to my movements. Hey, where you going, baby? ZZZZ going out. I'll go with you, da. ZZ. It's dangerous, so stay here. It puffed up its body as if it disliked the idea, but I couldn't accommodate it. From now on, I was going to the enemy battleship. ZZZZ. Instead, protect that thing. That thing. I pointed to the plasma launcher placed in the corner. Ironically, this weapon made by humans for slaughtering humans was resting after completing its mission. Zoom, important. Yeah, trust me, baby. Trust, huh? I wonder if number 26 knows what that means. Anyway, it seemed to like the idea of being given an important mission and hopped around happily. With its farewell, I left the cooling room. The enemy's guard was weakened, and this was the only opportunity to disable the battleship. By destroying the battleship's power source, I could make retreat impossible for the enemy. Afterward, the enemy had 2 choices. They could split their forces to guard both the research ship and the battleship, or they could concentrate their manpower on one of the ships. Because they are greedy, they wouldn't want to miss out on either option. They'd likely divide into a raiding party and a defense party. When their forces were dispersed, that's when my hunt would begin. It's always been like that.